speak. So I'm absolutely thrilled to open our panel, Art and Design Modes of Corporeality, which is focused on the touch and the tactile, which seems very, very relevant these days. And just a reminder, this is a part of a big, conference, art and theories and practices of art and design, social, cultural, economic, and political context, which has been held for the third time this year. And this is initiated by the doctoral school in Art and Design High School of Economics and Art and Design School High School of Economics. So we are going to start with our first presenter, Anna Furse, professor from Goldsmiths, University of London. Anna is also a founder of the company Athletes of the Heart. And not only, Anna is a co-director and co-founder of the Performance Artistic Lab, which has worked it's an initiative from both Art and Design School, High School of Economics, and Goldsmiths University. And this is a big lab where we research performance, body, costume. So Anna is going to speak about the touch, and the paper is called Staying in Touch. Anna, please.
Thank you. So I hope my screen shares now. Can you see that?
Yes, all good.
All good. So thank you, Liuda. I just want to warn the translator that I have cut some. You might find me jumping over the text I sent yesterday. And just to explain to everyone that I'm primarily a practitioner who writes rather than a scholar. So I'm speaking to you as someone who practices touch. I train with touch. So here we go. Touch.
Anna,
yes.
Sorry, yes, papers. We can hear this.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's the usual thing.
Okay, I'll go down here. Sorry, you'll see me looking down a little bit. So sorry. Touch is complicated. It can be pleasurable, revealing, healing, dangerous, and even mortal. Touch is a sense we trust most and fear most. It's contact with what lies outside of ourselves, an obligation towards accepting our humanity, and that we're fundamentally social animals who need each other to survive. Quite simply, without touch, there can be no reproduction of the species. Constance Classen suggests that in our densely visual culture, touch may currently be what she calls the hungriest sense of postmodernity, and that the disjuncture between the constant suggestion of tactility and our actual deprivation of it might account for a contemporary sense of alienation and what she calls being out of touch, which is an English expression, with our environment. Never before was this so true for the world's population, or at least those who can afford to distance themselves from other humans. In the language of affect theory, touch is both transmission and immersion. As Sara Ahmeds tells us, bodies take the shape of what we touch. Wearing certain clothing makes us move differently. We shape ourselves into seating provided. But the converse is often true also, as Ellen Sampson writes in her book on footwear worn, matter is shaped through human touch. Sorry, my slides got stuck, there we are. We speak in the language of touch to describe emotions, sensations, and attitudes to others, of power even. For example, as Ahmed notes, in English, being a soft touch connotes moral weakness, easily swayed and influenced. There are so many linguistic examples. In our rampant consumer society, we're bombarded with erotically charged lures to the comforts and joys of palpable gratification, but the imagery itself serves paradoxically to deny this. For you have to pay for the object of desire before you can consume it. To consume is to possess, to have and to hold, as traditional English marriage vows have it. But that expensive car or designer suit is probably out of reach, designed to feed a fiction of delayed gratification in some imagined space beyond reality. We would be wise never to forget Midas and his greedy gold touch that destroyed his own world. Now, these are just some examples of tropes of touch and how these operate on human experience. I'm going to elaborate a little generally on touch as a sense and its associations, and then introduce artistic practice, addressing my disciplinary specialism, which is performance and the body. This is an age of powerfully conflicted feelings about human touch. This was true before COVID, since which touch has been subject to medico-legal controls. It's become a new equalizing taboo, provoking global anxiety and inevitable transgression as people negotiate whatever their government ordains as lawful behavior. Touch hunger may never have meant so much, and we forcibly shifted from full human presence to modes of screen contact. We've had to adapt our very sense of what touching others or staying in touch with others means. Being in media contact, as Roger Smith has written, is metaphorical, not literal. There's no flesh, no smell, no sharing of breath, no possibility of reading body language of the whole person, and this is profoundly disorientating. A newspaper article wrote that in lockdown, the skin hungry have once again been forced to improvise inadequate technical fixes. They hug themselves or hug pillows and duvets or tuck their bed blankets tightly at night. The robotics industry has tried to replicate the feel of human touch with Bluetooth-enabled hug shirts and silicone lips that allow you to hold and kiss someone remotely. But it's not the same and never will be, however good the technology gets. Nothing substitutes for human touch. Of all the senses, only touch and taste need physical contact with the object of stimulus. Operating at very close proximity, a blurring between subject and object occurs. Some of this tactile contact produces immediate change in the object, like food is chemically transformed in the mouth, broken down, melted, ingested. Or in the subject, we slip into a hot bath and our muscles relax. Privately, we contact external material every moment of our lives with our hands, our bodies, with prosthetics. We like to touch people we like to touch. Some have gone to great lengths to make this happen in the past year. Whilst in our intensely felt fear of contagion in this plague, unprotected tactile contact should of course be followed with antiseptic. Psychologically, we process touch through our skin. The French have a term for feeling out of sorts. Je ne suis pas bien dans ma peau, which literally meaning I'm not feeling good in my skin, implying a troubling discomfort and disconnect between outside self and inner experience. Conversely, être bien dans sa peau figuratively means not only physical but psychological well-being, a sense of inner harmony with the world and with others. The French post-Freudian Didier Anzieux conceives the entire construction of ego as contingent on skin as a wrapping that signals the separation of self from other. Skin separates and contains the inner self, a surface providing direct information about the external world through registering tactile sensory traces. Our experiences of living in our skin make us what we are. He calls this skin ego. As an external nervous system, skin is both medium and organ. We sense touch in our brain via the outer layer, the epidermis. The skin's surface has an exceptional number of sensory receptors, whilst the sense of touch is the earliest to develop in the human embryo, skin preceding eyes and ears in human development, hair, nails, and teeth evolving as its derivatives. Throughout a human life, skin is in a constant state of death and renewal. Household dust is made in part of dead human skin cells, calculated at roughly 0.5 kilo in weight per human per year. An awesome thought. And as we shed and renew, our lives become etched in our skin, our faces telling a story of a lived experience in a narrative of lines, creases, marks, and wrinkles. Ashley Montagu proposes that skin is perhaps the most important organ system aside from the brain. It is at any rate the largest organ, staggeringly so. Tracing evidence in mammals of licking, grooming, and other forms of close physical contact, such as nuzzling and patting, he proposes that in humans, labor in birthing serves the same purpose as mammalian licking, with uterine contractions stimulating the newborn's cutaneous surface in an indispensable process of preparation for survival. After birth, the baby's held close to the mother, stroked and kissed for many weeks. Touch reassures, conveys warmth, encourages trust, signifies presence. The reassuring function of touch also carries the gift of the power to heal. Those with healing powers possess magical abilities. In the past, if you could touch even the garment of the monarch, you might be healed. Royals, politicians, and celebrities on walkabouts and red carpets today reach out their hands to touch crowds. the masses clamour for this fleeting intimacy with those invested with charisma, wealth, and power. Princess Diana famously touched AIDS HIV patients, promoting useful ideas at the time that you couldn't catch AIDS from skin, helping to bring sufferers back into society from their untouchable pariah status, provoked by media-fueled moral panic. Significant figures, both secular and religious, have used touch both to heal and to convey a culturally healing message. Freud started out as a touch hypnotist until he discovered the power of speech therapy that developed into psychoanalysis. Jesus worked with touch to heal and deliberately touched outcasts, subverting the idea of contagion through contact with undesirable others. Touch then became significant at his death and resurrection, with Magdalene in Gethsemane being told "Noli mi tangere." That means both do not touch and I am not to be touched or untouchable. I'm not of this earth anymore. The Hindu caste system calls its lowest category untouchables, and Gandhi, following Jesus's contact politics, deliberately touched them. If throughout life we crave touch as emotional affirmation or to heal us from illness, we also enjoy being moved emotionally, spiritually, and imaginatively. In English, we call this affective event being touched. Art communicates through further tactile metaphor. Gaston Bachelard speaks of the impact of aesthetics as direct transmission, of the visceral resonances and reverberations of what he calls a phenomenology of the poetic imagination that touches us directly and deeply. Images excite us, he says, and excitation is a felt sense. Aesthetics are visceral. For Roland Barthes, a photograph's punctum is that accident which pricks me, but also bruises me, is poignant to me. These are all touch words. Whilst for Walter Benjamin, the work of art of the Dadaists became an instrument of ballistics. It happened to him, thus acquiring a tactile quality. For all this, it's surprising how touch has been inferiorized in our culture. For centuries, aesthetics has valorized the visual and oral over the tactile. Aristotle put touch at the bottom of his sense hierarchy, noting the special vulnerability of touch as a sense due to the flesh. Then touch taboo in Western societies is deeply rooted in Judeo-Christian notions of sins of the flesh, skin, bodies, sex, all to be avoided lest we fall. The mind must overcome matter. Linguistically, we find metaphors of touch that relate to mental process. In English, to grasp, to touch on, to seize, to grapple with, to chew over, to wrestle with, to cleave. Contingency as self is from the Latin root tangere. These suggest a deep sense of association between mind, body, and feeling. Culturally, however, actual touch implies too much body and not enough mind. And since the Enlightenment, Western society has valued objectivity and distance, perspective, which bestows authority on the spectator. Touch muddles objectivity. It renders us too close to others, implying that we can't elevate ourselves above our fleshy mortality, our sexuality. We live close to nature, down there, at our peril among the filth of human bodily function. Abject. Aristocrats in previous eras were carried above the excremental dirt of city streets. The richer you are, the higher you aspire, to be closer to heaven, the penthouse, God. Those who work with their hands are lower class, those who work with their heads, upper, hence the term high art. So Bakhtin's examination of popular culture through the corporeal and carnival contrasts, I quote, classic images of the finished, completed man, cleansed as it were of all the scoriae of birth and development, to the peasant body, which he says is unfinished and open and not separated from the world by clearly defined boundaries. It is blended with the world, with animals, with objects. Being civilized means to control our unboundaried nature, our baser instincts, drives, and pleasures. And pleasure, notes Klassen Riley, is commonly avoided by scholars from whose writing one is often hard-pressed to wring out a drop of real joy, suggesting whether this might be because happiness resists analysis. Perhaps, but isn't it also that traditional scholarship resides in the hard-held, that's a pun, a hard-held misconception that the mind can work without embodiment, which of course is illogical. Our very language, as Lakoff and Johnson have argued, to counter the Cartesian dualism of what is called the mind-body split, is philosophy in the flesh, deriving from humans measuring and understanding their environment from their bodies, so that limbs became a measure of distance, for example. And so we speak of keeping someone at arm's length, or before metrics in English, spatial distance as measured in feet. Now, what happens in intercorporeity when flesh touches flesh? Not necessarily the truth. A sex worker applies intimate touch professionally as an actress. A wrestler feigns pain and struggle in hold. Touch might be guileless for sure, but it can betray us. Our face and voice might register cool and calm, but our clammy hands in a handshake tell a different story. I can do everything with my language, confides Roland Barthes in A Lover's Discourse, but not with my body. My body is a stubborn child, my language a very civilized adult. For Freud, the fingers of an hysteric patient fidgeting with the clasp of her purse was a similar body that cannot lie, betrayal from every pore. Then, bodies are not static. They are physiologically in a constant and perpetual condition of biological change, saturated with memory and, as Freud noted, trauma. It's not so much that we have a memory, says Merleau-Ponty, we are memory, fleshed out. Karl Marx's aphorism that the forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present posits that the body carries its history somatically and accumulatively, and therefore in a condition of potential transformation. Marx places crucial importance on the senses, for they help us overcome conditions of alienation that arise as we sell our labor. He thereby brought forward the creative and cultural work of sense activity and leads us to think about ways in which aesthetic forms both produce sense experience and result from it. In other words, body memory is not value-free, culture and memory are intertwined, and so our artistic culture reflects and alters both our sense of the place we occupy in the world and what that world is made of. A constantly evolving dialogue is at work between our bodies, the world, and how we interpret these. As Merleau-Ponty proposes, the body is no longer conceived as an object of the world, but as our means of communicating with it. We receive the world via our body's thresholds, orifices, preceptors, and skin surfaces, only to process its affects from and within the body, translating these into expression. We are inside out and outside in, a Mobius strip of processing information. If touch carries sensation, meanings, and values, then how do we distinguish between good touch and bad touch? Bad touch is quite simply unwarranted. We know the difference between a caress and a blow. Unwarranted touch violates the vulnerable, women, and children. Good touch is about consent. There might be phobic or cultural reasons for private touch taboos. To refuse or fear to be touched in a certain part of the body might constitute an attempt to block a negative sense memory. In public, we tend to want to keep ourselves to ourselves. Receiving and giving touch are not necessarily the same, even though it's impossible to be touched without also passively touching the other. Merleau-Ponty refers to this as double sensation. When I press my two hands together, it's not a matter of two sensations felt together as one perceives two objects placed side by side, but of an ambiguous setup in which both hands can alternate the role of touching and being touched. The body catches itself from the outside, engaged in a cognitive process. It tries to touch itself whilst being touched, he says. Mutual touch remains a question of intention, because if the receiver doesn't actively touch back, the surfaces are touching, but one party is refusing active response. At an extreme level, this might be a slap or a punch. In certain contexts, passive reception of touch might be appropriate, such as in a medical environment, though this is where we're forced to submit to professional touching, and this might carry its own implications. Good touch is kind, and the word kind means kin, natural, native, affectionate, loving, of similar character, and gentle. Good touch is healing, beneficial, and productive. It's not about inappropriate sexual arousal or controlling other people's behavior or violence. It's given and received to produce information and sensation. We share something, we relate, we can move together, we can make something happen. Good touch might be said to be the work of the artist who handles materials, tools, and even other human beings in their practice. So I now wish to introduce the subject of movement arts and touch, such as I know them. Western society has organized the artistic culture so that of all the arts, dance has the lowest intellectual status. It was the last art form to be adopted into academic discourse, and until recently in the UK was the poorest in relation to arts funding. Dance is sine qua non, a haptic art or practice. It involves a great deal of touch, though is normally spectated from a distance. Intercorporeality, the language of conscious touching and being touched, is part of any social dance and choreographic process. Deleuze and Guattari may be usefully applied to understand contrasting dance practices in terms of cultural meaning. In their collaborative work, 1,000 Plateaus, they identify space as smooth or striated. They use evocative metaphors of text, texture, textile, and space in discussing cultural values and forms. In fabrics, the striated would be that which is woven, composed of vertical and horizontal elements, a warp and weft. Felt, I love this double meaning because in English, felt, the fabric, is also from the touch word. Felt as a fabric is pressed, not woven. It is smooth, an anti-fabric, supple, an entanglement. In terms of human civilization, the nomad occupies smooth space in being mobile rather than the sedentary space of the city dweller. In Deleuze and Guattari's project, whilst emphasizing that the smooth and the striated overlap in nature and in human society, they assert that smooth space is, I quote, haptic rather than optical perception, whereas in the striated forms organize matter, in the smooth, materials signal force and serve as symptoms for them. It is an intensive rather than extensive space, one of distances, not of measures and properties. So I find this very useful to grapple with certain martial and artistic movement practices. At the high end, classical ballet celebrates the mathematics of perspective, the proscenium stage being its architectural praxis. Its choreography, patterns, lines, repetitions, beginnings, endings, virtuosity is synonymous with woven fabric. The spectator receives performances at a proxemic distance that permits overview of the whole stage picture. If a hierarchy is represented on stage by the sequencing and orchestration of a spectacle according to the dancer's status, this is reflected in the class system of the tiered Italianate theatre. Cultural meanings regarding gender, ethnicity, ability, race, class, and so on are the warp and weft of balletic narratives. This includes all kinds of touch, including the meticulous technique of male-female partnering, as well as expressive gestures. Ballet compresses and represses sexuality and its values. Expressed in a geometry of rapture, pliability, and impossible levitation, the ballerina is Bakhtin's classical body par excellence. She flies, light as a feather, on point and off, striving to give us the vicarious thrill of weightlessness and ethereality. In the ballerina, the chaos of body transmutes into rational form, writes Susan Lee Foster. Her movements turn mess into symbol. I say, if you were to get close up, this symbolic rational proves a glittering, untouchable conundrum because she's all surface. Her underlying corporality is camouflaged by the sheer scale of the opera house and its illusion peddling properties. In reality, she's sweating buckets, nearly vomiting, and bleeding in her shoes. She's an athlete, not a nymph. Ballet, as Margot Fontaine once remarked, is as cruel as bullfights. Now we educate the performer according to cultural purpose, so space and places for learning inform our movement. Here our bodies are being shaped by our environment. If we move away, however, from the straight lines of the ballet class, how might we defragment our bodies, put them into smooth space inside and out? On the other side of the movement spectrum, in a postmodern dance experiment of the early 1970s, if we listen to physical information transmitted at a point of contact between ourselves and another in a safe and non-sexualized environment, we can shift or at least modulate gender-powered relations that might prevail in our social lives. And we do this haptically. This practice is called contact improvisation and derives its methodology from Steve Paxton's heuristic research into the principles of two martial arts, Tai Chi Chuan, and Aikido. Tai Chi Chuan is a soft internal martial art practiced individually that embodies principles of yin and yang. It uses metaphors and images from animals to reflect the human condition. Equilibrium is practiced so as to achieve a tranquil mental condition. Push hands is a practice that can be studied on its own or as part of the study of the form. It involves two partners moving together improvisationally through contact of the hand and wrist. Nobody leads, nobody follows. Despite being called push hands, Chushu, says my teacher Kinthissa, when one comes into contact with a skilled practicant, one notices there is neither push nor a hand to push. Their body is together posturally and energetically. One can find no edge, and their every movement embraces and envelops one in boundlessness. In this mutual touch practice, the opponent is a partner to move with. Moving with is simply the opposite of moving against. It requires respect, attention, and complicity. To be effective, it requires balancing individual active yang and passive yin forces, accepting that both are necessary in a continual shift of relationship, and that consequently there is no absolute control possible from either party. Push hands might be considered a perfect model of democracy. Whereas Tai Chi originated in China centuries ago, Aikido was evolved in Japan the early part of the 20th century by Morihei Ueshiba as a synthetic martial art that might express his utopian vision of universal peace. He spent over 20 years developing the form. Aikido is a contact martial art. At its core is the philosophy of neutralizing rather than destroying the opponent by harmonizing with the oncoming force of attack. Just as in Tai Chi, the key is to match the forces between two individuals. In the case of Aikido, whereas in other martial arts such as Judo, the emphasis is on destroying the opponent, Aikido trains you to reflect the opposite force, that is, to make contact with it and instantly deflect it, using circular principles to move yourself away from the attack and compel the attacker to fall on their own energy. In Aikido, the attacker will fall according to the force that they bring to the attack move. A straight line transforms into a curve. And partners act as a mutual instant feedback system similar to push hands, creating a pathway of least resistance so as to redirect the force of attack forwards and downwards into the floor. This is a practice of non-violence, of harmonizing opposites, of yielding to force. Like push hands, touch is the conduit of information. It works with bodily contact in an extremely detailed way, according to a set of practiced moves. Now, Steve Paxton studied both Tai Chi and Aikido in the early 1970s as he researched and experimented with other pioneering postmodern artists at Judson Church in New York City. In 1972, his interest in the falls of Aikido, where the body doesn't crash perpendicular to the ground but curves and rolls into it, led to the first experiment in what became known as contact improvisation. In a seminal piece, Magnesium at Oberlin College in Ohio, he practiced with a group of male athletes, introducing them to the principles of a solo he'd been working on, in which he was exploring the idea of leaving the ground without planning the landing. He says, "I'd been working on a solo that had come from Aikido dreams. I just wanted to leave the planet and not worry about re-entry. To somehow have the skills to come back down without damage." The event was essentially a lot of crashing around on the mat. But this one experiment, in the context of a fertile period of artistic iconoclasm, rapidly developed into what might be the most significant accelerated contribution to the development of movement and dance we've known. Not only did Paxton apply the physical science of Aikido to his research, but its ethics, as well as those cultural politics of the 1970s in general. Respect for your partner, opening and listening to the play of forces between you, harmonizing opposites. In contact improvisation, the social connotations of sexuality can be neutralized, as in the practice, one ignores hierarchy of body parts into touchable and untouchable zone. The body becomes instead all surface and all information. Secondly, studying the physics of mass, movement, momentum, and inertia produces movements in which not only women learn to lift men without effort and damage, but in which the presentational traditions associated with men-women partnerships of even contemporary dance men lifting women, and performing out front, are erased in a constant circularity of space. As with Aikido and its emphasis on curving and conditioning the body into circular composition for forward rolling, here the body uses gravity and the actual mass and weight of the body. The body falls, folds, lifts, levers, sticks, rolls, presses, leaps, and plays with the partner's body in a constant state of listening and attention to information being transmitted at the point of contact. Like other postmodern dance forms, it's studied in a smooth ordering of space in contrast to the rectilinear, as in the ballet bars. The use of space is constantly refigured by practitioners, guided or not. Typically, you're not assigned a space to work in, but are invited to find a space to work from. So, contact improvisation democratizes both the body and the space in which we move, and a spectator might watch from a number of viewpoints, including a circle around the action. The performer's facial attention will be towards and within the action, the disorienting space around them, the floor. There's little space for performative seduction here, and consequently normal spectator-performer relations are brought into a fresh dimension of kinesthetic attention. Practitioners might move in spectacular ways, but if the improvisation is truly in the moment, this will be unpredictable and the result of a number of complex movement negotiations and fortuitous accidents between the players. Paxton refers to contact improvisation as exercise and intimacy instead of sexercise and syntimacy in public. His highly influential contribution to movement knowledge globally is an overarching research question about the body's relationship to physical principles, amortized into thousands of smaller, precise phenomenological inquiries, approached with an overriding sense of play. Aside from other movement forms, practitioners have brought information from a range of other disciplines to bear on its development application, including physiotherapy, psychology, child development, pedagogy, healing arts, sociology, anthropology, and philosophy, whilst neuroscience opens possibilities for key new reflection and investigation. Finally, returning to the tropes of smooth or striated space, it spread virally rather than hierarchically, traveling in self-help organizations via collectives, organizers, and dancers themselves in whose bodies the form and all its dialects are ultimately written. There's no canon, no orthodoxy, no manual, no star system, no prescribed body, not even a yardstick by which to measure. There's only the practice, and no mean thing in a society obsessed with unattainable perfections. As Steve says, contact improvisation happens in a condition in which the habitual and acculturated self is reordered from normal Western social conditioning. It is a natural event first occurring in mother-child bonding, deriving from the prolonged ride in the womb, which prenatal babies experience. Once born, it continues. See Daniel Stern's work from the late 1960s, to be a vehicle of communication between infant and parents. Touch, the communication before verbal communication. Touch, a communication exiled as soon as there are other means. Touch, a communication which communicates the properties of the physical world to our bodies. So as I grope towards a conclusion, another touch word, I'm suggesting that touch is not sensation alone, but encompasses and includes a social and metaphorical dimension. That doesn't mean we must move metaphorically, nor express metaphors in how we move, but instead might practice and research pragmatically, physically, with appropriate attention. The rest follows. So the martial and postmodern movement disciplines discussed here involve physical contact between partners, each of them studied haptically as movement in space. Questions in action, rooted in the experience of the body in the moment. There's nothing to express outside the studio beyond the phenomenon of the event. No mimesis, no narrative, no simpering love stories, no heroics as Yvonne Rainer would write. We are not expressing emotions nor describing social roles because these are described in us waiting to be erased and redrawn. Practitioners move free of the pressures that may be exerted on them in daily life, the domestic and professional roles they might occupy, the stresses, the responsibilities. The body becomes instead all surface, a canvas, a clay, live raw material, are felt. Experiencing via the tactile involves a whole physics of movement, whilst judgments are appropriate to the task in hand. So there's no space for distancing yourself from the object. Going back to those metaphors, this is close-up work, it's nomadic. It suggests a reinvention of values about dance and beauty, about bodies and their difference, about what art practice can be, about our nature and our organic mysteries. In touching and being touched as a way, in the sense of practice, path and direction, therefore, in this practice of what has been coined an art sport, we can rewrite ourselves differently in space and time, and as a consequence, might just feel better in our skin. To conclude, if we are indeed skin egos, turning our attention to the meaning of touch leads us into myriad and complex ways of understanding the society in which we live, and how we might negotiate this in contact with what lies outside of ourselves and the mutual affect of being in this world. And finally, we might wonder if, following the current touch famine, there may be feasts ahead. Thank you. I hope I didn't overrun.
Well, thank you so much, Anna, for this fantastic, inspiring, and very much thought-provoking presentation. You know, I recently bumped into this article on Vogue site in which the issue of comfort clothing, comfort dressing was discussed after the pandemic, or after the lockdown at least, because it's too early to speak about after the pandemic. And there was a very interesting quote: "I want to wear clothes I can physically feel on my body again." And I absolutely loved this, yes, because the fact that we actually have been wearing this comfort clothing, which we do not feel on our bodies for a year now, you see, it's
how interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point, I think. Yes, I actually think that there are a lot of connections between this performativity of clothing and everyday, you know, experience of wearing clothes on our bodies.
Yes, yes.
Much to think about.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have any comments, questions, colleagues? We have a few minutes to discuss things. We, of course, have this opportunity to share comments and questions in our chat, which is normally very, very busy and productive space, substitution for coffee breaks. Yes, absolutely. Sarah has a question. Audio is fine.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi. Thanks, Anna. That was great. Really interesting, and there's some, I think, nice synergy with some of the things I'm going to be talking about. So that's great. I wanted to ask you, I really like when you were talking about the skin and the ego, and I think what's quite interesting is in lockdown as well is a sort of spirituality and a sort of a reconnection with the body, and how spirituality is about the body. You know, and you can see that in those practices that you were talking about, and say in meditation as well. And I just think that's really interesting. So it's like, because there's been a lot of work obviously on embodiment and things in various disciplines, but I think there's a really nice move now towards a sort of spirituality and that approach to the body. So I don't know, I'm quite excited about that. I just wondered if you wanted to, yeah.
Thank you, that's really interesting. I mean, I think we can't generalize, but I keep hearing, and in fact, I'm doing a project on this too. I keep hearing about how lockdown has also really, really increased very, very negative relationships with people's bodies. I mean, you know, eating disorders and body image disorders have increased massively in the UK. I don't know about other countries, but there's been a lot of the fallout of the mental distress to do with I guess the body not moving enough normally and not socializing enough normally, and people being at home in their comfortable clothes, probably eating differently than they might do. I don't know, there's just a lot of bad stuff going on as well, but it's good to hear the positive you said as well.
Sarah adds that this is true for especially young girls. Well, not only young girls, I must add.
No.
Yes, everyone, I'm afraid, put on a few kilos.
Yes.
And yeah, just a lot to say on this subject, I'm afraid. Okay, so thank you so much, Anna.
My pleasure.
Yeah, just we have to move, but before that, I'd like to say that actually it's fantastic that these are exactly the questions and the issues we discuss in our performance lab. Yeah, so we started with this question because it was and still so relevant to our times. Before I give floor to our next keynote speaker today, I'd like to say that this event is also co-organized by Russian Fashion Theory Journal, and this session is streamed on our YouTube channel, and our colleagues are helping us. So let's move on, and I'd like to present our next speaker, Sara Chong Kwan, Dr. Sara Chong Kwan, who is a lecturer in Cultural and Historical Studies at London College of Fashion, University of the Arts, London. And Sara is currently design reviews editor for the Census and Society Journal. And today, Sara is presenting her paper, Inside Out, Empathetic Touch and Everyday Dress Practices.
Have you got the PowerPoint up, Louisa?
I do.
I have to do it.
Well, do you think you can do it? I can.
Sorry, I sort of thought that I wasn't sure if you'd, because I sent it to you, whether you.
Yeah, I do have it. Yes, of course. I asked for it for our interpreters, but let me just open.
Or if not, how do I get it up? Sorry.
No, I have it. I have it. But you need to, you need to actually.
I change the slides though.
Yeah, you need to, just a sec. I need to open it first.
I could share my screen, or how?
No. I'm doing it already. So I'm doing it. Yeah. Just a sec. You just tell me where to move, like saying next.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Can you see the presentation?
I can. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me, Luida. It's great, and I'm just excited that I'm in Moscow, even though I'm not. And there are some benefits, of course, to this online world. So today I'm going to talk about touch in relation to everyday dress, and really thinking about the tangible and intangible role that touch plays in the meanings of everyday dress practices. And it focuses mainly on the sort of perspective of the wearer. And I want to think about the sort of complex intertwining of private hidden pleasures of dress, and pleasures of dress is something that's often overlooked when we talk about dress experience, particularly in academic study. So I want to sort of explore that and think about the empathetic connections that are made between the dress as a sort of external objective materiality, the environments in which we wear them, and social life, and how the haptic and tactile sensation of dress play a role in this. So this really stems from my doctoral research, which was in sensory engagement with everyday dress. I'll use a few examples from it, but I'm not really going into that much depth about it today. But it was based on interviews with 20 participants, both men and women, around their very sort of micro sensory interactions with their everyday clothing. And I'm going to talk a little bit, and this links back to a bit of what Anna was saying actually about the sort of process of mutual shaping that goes on between our bodies and the clothes that we wear. And then also just to think about how this tactile and haptic experience of dress really can help the wearer to negotiate their movement through their relations with the social world and the external physical world. And this work and my approach really critiques the traditional focus on appearance and visual aspects of dress within fashion theory, I mean, this is something that we just hear over and over, and even in my teaching, you know, we really teach our first year students about identity and appearance, and I find that quite problematic actually, but you know, I suppose it's that grounding. But I think we've moved well beyond that now within dress studies. And for myself, what sort of came out of my research in the end, and I didn't quite get this when I actually wrote my conclusion to my thesis, it was really after, when I wrote it up into an article, that it's sort of developing this notion of dress as sensory atmosphere. So I'm going to talk a bit about that. And then also I'm going to outline the sort of feminist approach to the senses and to dress, and just highlight some really lovely articles that were written a long time ago in 1994, but and we're in the book called On Fashion, edited by Ben Stock and Ferris. But I think they're really lovely, and I think that they deserve to be reconsidered when we start to think about dress and the senses. So really, touch in relation to dress will be positioned as a poetic, a physical, and a political practice. Next. I'm not actually going to show you this film because we were looking at sharing the screen and it's not great. But this is basically the hologram of Kate Moss from the McQueen show, Widows of Culloden. And I saw it at the Savage Beauty exhibition. I don't know if any of you saw it there, but it's really quite beautiful. So she actually appears, when you're in the room, she appears as this hologram. Starts with nothing there and she suddenly comes out. So you get, I'll post the link in the chat. But the sense of this dress and it's moving around her, for me really captures that sensory feeling of wearing clothes. And I think that's another challenge really, is how we capture this sort of sensory engagement and experience. Oh, next, please, Louisa. Mm-hmm. So yeah, touch, and I think Anna's gone into this in a lot more depth. So, but you know, really, unless we have an extremely rare neurological condition, touch is present within every single interaction with objects and a considerable amount of interaction with people. And of course, particularly with dress, we are dressed from birth till death. You know, we even in bed, we often wear clothes. So only possibly maybe when we're having sex that we don't. But, you know, we are constantly in touch with the materiality of dress. So it's really integral to our engagement with the world. And Patterson also goes on to say that touch, like vision, articulates an equally rich, complex world, a world of movement and exploration, of non-verbal social communication. And it's a carnal world with its pleasures of feeling and being felt, of tasting and touching the textures of flesh and food. And equally, it is a profound world of philosophical verification, of the communication of presence and empathy with others, of the commingling of body, flesh, and the world. Next one, please, Luda. So this is an image of me and my twin sister, Gail. I don't know if you can tell which one I am, but I'm on the right. Obviously, it's a very old photo. And for me, this just conjures up this sort of, I don't remember it, you know, I don't remember it, I'll be honest with you. But I do remember the swimsuit. I remember that very clearly. And I have very vivid memories of clothing and textiles. I've trained in fashion design. My mum was also a fashion designer. So, you know, I've got a sort of, you know, I love fabric, I love textures, and I'm very sort of aware of it. And it makes me think of pleasure, and that pleasure of touch, you know, playing in the sand, that the feeling of the breeze. And I think that was probably in Scotland because that's where I was brought up. So it must have been likely freezing at the time. And I can even sense like that, remembering that feeling of wearing armbands as well. So the reason I've shown you this is because I'm thinking about images and touch, and also thinking about pleasure. If you can change the slide, Luda. And pleasure is so important with dress, as I'm sure we all know and recognize. You know, we get a lot of pleasure out of what we wear. I certainly do. That's not to say, of course, that it can also be problematic. You know, we can also, you know, have pain from dress. But this relationship, if you like, between looking as well and between touch, I think is really important. So Benstock and Furse say in their introduction to the book on fashion, to look is to desire, to want to touch and caress, to slip a hand into a seam or fold. And I think that's sort of appropriate when we buy clothes, but also when we're choosing clothes to wear, and when we have, you know, relations with sort of other people. And certainly it's interesting to think about the way that the senses work together, and perhaps if some come first or other, but also I'm going to talk a little bit about how they are all combined. You know, these senses always sort of work in tandem with each other, or sometimes, you know, disjunction with each other. And Agnes Rocamora, in her critique of Bourdieu's account of consumption as expressive of class distinction, she says that this foreground semiotic or symbolic understandings of dress that really primarily relate to social status, etc. But because of this, there are other aspects that frame dress practices and meanings for the wearer that are lost, okay? And she says that these include the bodily pursuit of sensual pleasure, and how material artifacts are consumed for their materiality. And that relates to the touch of the materiality of dress. So in my PhD research, that's what some of the things that I was trying to critique and trying to sort of pull out. If you want to change the slide, please, Luda. And the other thing that I think is really interesting is this idea of a tactile imagination, and that links back again to the visual as well. And this quote is from Iris Marion Young. She has, you know, there is her own book, which has this in, but it is also in the Benstock and Furse book. And here she's sort of critiquing this idea of the gaze, okay, and I'm not going to go into sort of massive depth about that. And she's thinking about it from a feminist perspective. And she's talking about an image. She's looking at an old advertising image for wool. So there's a you know, quite a glamorous model with wearing a wool skirt, and behind her there's a man sort of looking on. And she says, "See yourself in wool," and that relates to the caption that was with the advertising image. "Yes, I would like that. I see myself in that wool, heavy, thick, warm, swinging around my legs and rippling caresses. And who might I be? An artist, perhaps, somewhat well established, thinking of my next series." And this next bit makes me laugh, which is why I was like including this quote. "Or maybe I will be a lecturer coming off the airplane, greeted by my colleagues who will host me at a 5-star restaurant. Or perhaps I'm off to meet my new lover who will greet me face to face and stroke my wool." I'm hoping, Luida, that one day I will be coming to Moscow and you will greet me off the plane and take me to a 5-star restaurant. Anyway, hopefully. But what's really interesting here is the way that Young talks about how when she looks at this image, she feels that clothing, she imagines those tactile feelings, because we all have embodied knowledge of wearing different fabrics and clothes. And it also makes us think about how touch is intertwined with the other senses, like the visual, but also imagination, but also it could be entwined with smells, and wool sort of has a smell as well. So here she's giving quite a lot of agency to her own sort of feelings and experiences. And when we look at images, we can, you know, really understand how it might feel to wear it. And when we look at other people as well, sort of in the street, and what we wear sort of transforms us, doesn't it? And she sort of, you know, talks about that way that even that feeling of the skirt can actually transform who she thinks she might be, or who she feels, how she feels, and her sort of emotions as well. So yeah, the senses are really important, and in social life as well. And I've drawn quite a bit in my work on Georges Simenon, who argued that sensory engagement is the building blocks of social life. And I think, I mean, I'm a terrible touchy-feely person. So like if I meet someone, or I'm with someone who's wearing something really tactile, I can't help myself, I'm sort of touching and stroking them. I don't know if anyone else does it. And I'm sure some people probably don't really like it. And of course, in lockdown, that's been difficult, as Anna was talking about. But, you know, to me, it is that tactile really draws me in, and it's part of that sort of communication with other people. So if you could switch the slide, please, Louisa. And the reason I'd sort of thought of this old image and this memory was I was looking at this other image that was in Vogue, and it's from the on the one on the left, and it's from the Mu. So I'm not sure if that's the right way of pronouncing it. 2017 advertising image, and as soon as I saw it, it just reminded me so much of how it felt to wear those sort of costumes. And actually, we did also have hats exactly like that, rubber swimming caps with sort of flowers on, although I couldn't find a picture of it. And I can remember that smell of the rubber and the feel of that on your head so well. And you can see also how the image is desirable. It's playing on our sense of touch and feelings and that embodied sort of knowledge. It's drawing us in with that. And there has been quite a bit written. I know, like Movi's written about film and tactile. I think somebody's talking about that a bit later. So it's interesting to rethink that vision as well and think how touch is sort of involved in that. So if you could do the next slide, please, Luda. And thinking as well how touch is part of this sort of mutual shaping that happens between our bodies and dress. And Edwards, Gosden and Phillips have written about sensory objects, and they say that a deep mutuality exists between our sensory apparatus and material things, that the sensory and the material call each other into existence. So, you know, the material is not, that's how we understand it, is through our sort of senses. And it links back to this Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology as well, which I think Hannah might have mentioned too, about this touching, okay? There's a sort of duality of touching. And he also says a duality of vision. But when we're wearing clothes, we feel the materiality, but we feel our own body through the feeling of that materiality too. So it's getting this sense of body knowledge. And I think that maybe links to what we've just talked about this being in lockdown as well, and these issues that people are having around their sort of bodies. So we wear clothes out, you know, we change the way that they are, we transform them with our bodies. They shape to our bodies, if you like. It's like if you ever wear someone else's shoes, it feels so odd because you really are walking in someone else's shoes that don't fit your sort of feet. And they hold these traces, don't they, of our bodies, you know, bits of skin, all sorts of things. But equally, they transform us, the way we move. We become much more aware of our bodies and how we sort of feel as well, our emotions. So I'm just going to, in the next slide, please, I'm going to just give you a little example from one of my participants in my research. And this is James. And I did, in the interviews, I did sort of sensory object analysis with the participants, either at their home or they brought their clothes to me. So James was thinking about this idea of sort of mutual shaping, and he had a really big collection of sort of jackets. He rode a motorbike as well. But this particular leather pea coat, which he really loved, and he was showing it to me, and it was really stiff. It could literally stand up on its own, which I thought was really lovely. And he talked about it. He said that actually it wears him. He's like, it's this shape and I've got to fit it. And I thought that was a really nice way when you turn around that idea of not just we wear clothes, but they sometimes sort of wear us. And it really disciplined his body. It was really quite heavy to wear. And he liked that. He connected that to, he sort of had a lot of masculine clothes, you know, and he really liked that feeling. And he said he also wore it for more formal things because he felt that it sort of disciplined him, you know, it gave him structure. And this sort of links back as well to Foucault's, you know, work around disciplining the body, which he wrote about in Discipline and Punishment. So, you know, the clothes really do shape our position in different social and sort of cultural contexts and how we move around the world. And they can be political as well. So if you move on to the next slide, thanks, Luda. Smith is a sensory historian Okay, and he's argued and talks about how the senses have cultural, social, and political ramifications, and these link to categories such as gender, age, class, social status, etc. And it's about the inside as well. The touch can also, not just appearance, can have these sort of political resonances. And we can think about the sumptuary laws, which happened in many cultures, where, for example, the wearing of fur was legally forbidden for lower classes. And that's because, not just because maybe it might be expensive, but it probably wasn't so expensive then, but it's that feeling, that's a luxurious feeling. This is about being cosseted, and this is not what those empires wanted, the lower classes to have. They wanted to keep that for themselves in order to feel more powerful. So it's really important to think about how clothes feel to the wearer, how they caress the body or not, or maybe how they scratch the body. And that can have really quite important sort of political meanings. Just another example of one of my participants, Robert, he remembered being forced to wear shorts as a schoolboy in the north of England, so it was pretty cold probably up there. And then he remembered that feeling of finally being able to wear long trousers, and it really signaled his transition to manhood and that idea of having agency. He looked and he felt more grown up. So this tactile aspects of clothing can also be part of these sort of identity transformations as people move through their lives. If you could move to the next slide. And Iris Marion Young also talks about sort of communities of touch, okay? And she talks from a very, from a feminist perspective, where she says she wants to speak of the touch and the bonding that move in the shadows, hidden from the light of the phallocentric gaze, and criticize the capitalist imperialist fantasies, even as we make up our own. So this is her writing in her article called Women Recovering Our Clothes. And she draws on the work of Lucy Irigaray, I hope I pronounced that right, and who Lucy argues that a subversion of patriarchy requires women to speak of their desires in a different and tactile voice. And this is really about recovering female culture and bonding. Women's desire that is fluid and plural, uninterested, perhaps more in touch than in sight. And for me, it's not just women. When I was interviewing men as well for my research, touch is really important to all sorts of, to everybody. It's not just a feminist thing, but obviously, Young was responding at the time to this sort of Cartesian dualism and was trying to use women's pleasures and experience to really sort of critique that. And she says she finds 3 pleasures we take in clothes: touch, bonding, and fantasy. I think they're really nice terms to think about. So her approach and others really provide a critical and empathetic understanding of dress experience for people who tended to have been, or this type of experience has tended to be overlooked and marginalized. Whereas Anna was saying, the mind has been privileged and the body denigrated. And of course, the body has been associated with different groups, such as women or people of color, which in turn then denigrates them. So we can see how these sensory hierarchies and work with these social hierarchies as well, and these power relations. And we can think about the hierarchy of the senses in the West and who, whose hierarchy is this? So, so the next slide, please, Buddha. And there's 2 other really nice chapters in that edited book by Ben Stock and Furse. And one is by Helene Cizzi. And she talks about a Sonia Rykiel jacket that she has. And what's interesting is how poetically and sensorially that she writes about it. It's very evocative, and it really brings up the imagination, emotion, this connection between both the intangible and the tangible in dress experience. And it goes back to Young's notion, where she has suggested that we develop a more tactile voice. And I think it's also how we represent, how do we write about these sort of sensory experiences. So yeah, she talks about the sensations of this Rykiel jacket, but also how, again, she imagines it, and it links her back to this, the night, to the world. And annoyingly, they didn't include a picture of the jacket, which I was like, I just want to see this jacket. I've been trying to Google it and see if I can find it, but I think some of you might be aware, you know, familiar with some of Sonia Rykiel's designs anyway. So yeah, so I think I definitely recommend you read that chapter. If you want to change the slide now. And then what's nice is in that same book, there's another different chapter by Sonia Rykiel herself, okay? And she really talks about her design process, but again, it's very evocative. And she thinks about touch. She thinks about how that links to emotion and to stories and this thing of creation, but also her imagining how the wearer would be caressed and touched by the clothing, and her imagining the actual wearer. And she has this sort of person in mind, this woman in mind that she designs for. So I'm nearly finished now. Do you want to move on to the next slide, Luida?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, was there one before that?
Yeah, this one.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks. So yeah, just to sort of end with just talking to you a little bit more about my own research, where really I'm starting to try and position and think about dress or the dress body as sensory atmosphere. So it's moving away from this focus just on appearance. Appearance is part of it, but it's sort of not everything. And to me, this idea of the atmosphere can help to bring all these sensory things that are happening together on the dress body. And again, I did mention that I've been using the work of Georges Simmel, which is, you know, from a long time ago, 1908. But I think it's still so relevant. And what's really interesting about him is he wrote about dress. He's one of the first sociologists, well, probably after Veblen and such, you know, to write about dress. But he also wrote about the senses. And I only sort of realized this about halfway through my PhD, but I'm very thankful that I did. And he doesn't write about them together, but you can see how that thinking brings it together. So when he's writing about dress, he calls it the radiations of adornment, the sensuous attention it provokes, supply the personality with such an enlargement or intensification of its sphere. The personality, so to speak, is more when it's adorned. And I love that term, radiations of adornment. And you can, you know, sometimes when you see people and you like what they're wearing all the time, you can see that whole sense of them, you know. And the other thing that I drew on when I was thinking about atmosphere was some work that Jennifer Mason's doing, and I think she's still based in Manchester. She's a sociologist, and she's been working on atmospheres more generally. I'm thinking about how smells, tastes, touch, but you know, transport people to another time and place, and they conjure atmospheres in your mind, body, and senses. But also she's linking it back not just to human interactions and sensations, but also to, you know, all these rhythms and these forces around us. And that was maybe when I was thinking about this idea of the spirituality as well, which I think is really interesting. And yeah, and the way that atmospheres are sort of conjured up. So that was where I sort of came to with my research, and I was trying to think about the tangible and intangible. So that takes me to the next slide, which I think is the last one. Yeah, so for me, approaching the dress body as atmospheric, and in the chapter I wrote on rethinking the gaze, and the gaze as a sort of ambient gaze that might include touch and other types of senses. For me, it enables a consideration of these much more intangible sensory aspects of dress experience, but they also shape the meanings that dress has for both the wearer and the sort of observer. And it helps us to get to these sort of fleeting sensations that we normally often take for granted. It's sort of tacit sensory knowledge and experience, but they are these building blocks in how we go about the world, how we negotiate our positions and change these positions in social life and everyday life. Yeah, so that's ends for me. Thanks everyone for listening. And I've got a few references there as well, yeah, which I'm sure we can share if people are interested.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation, Sarah. And I'm actually happy to say that some of the materials which are presented today in the frame of this panel will be published in one of the issues of Russian fashion theory. So you see, I do not do anything which has some meaning to me, you know, as an editor as well. So, okay, very selfish of me, I know. But moving to questions and comments on the touch and the very complex nature of the touch. I think that collection by McQueen was an earlier one, but the whole.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
So yeah, I think that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was definitely the part of that fantastic exhibition.
Right. Yeah, you know more. I'm not really an expert on him actually, but yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, Anna, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I really loved that presentation. And when you talked about your subject friend, whatever, who kind of where the jacket wore them, it made me think of you know, the power of uniform and how there's a wonderful old French film called Temoc from the very early 70s, where this guy kind of becomes like an urban wildman in Paris. He just rebels against everything and he kills a policeman. But there's a wonderful scene where the policeman is getting dressed and he's wearing this French, they wore these capes. These kind of very stiff white capes on top of their uniform. And you see the policeman getting dressed into being the power he is. So it's like and just like your friend, the cape stands up on its own. And you see his body, the actor's body, kind of becoming the power, which is something I used in something I directed actually at your place, the costume end of year MA costume shows, where there was a costume, a Macbeth costume had been made. So we worked with this idea of the actor was an embryo and then became this huge kind of king just through the clothing. And I think that's so interesting when you talk about the outside in and the inside out, that you focused on the sensuality, but you touched on something which is also very much to do with how our clothes kind of, not just visually, but in their structure can create power.
Yeah, that's right. And it's, to me, they're this boundary, they're on this point between the individual, the personal, the private, the inside, and then this social, these wider social structures and power systems. And in a way we feel that, and that's, Foucault writes about that when he talks about disciplining the body, and he talks about uniform in the army, and they do, they put us into our position, and they can, like you said, which is really interesting, infer this power onto people. And even just that uniform, isn't it? And it's the feeling, you have to then, like an actor, you embody that. And I mean, a bit like, I also drew a bit on Goffman, in presentation of self, and that getting ready in the private backstage space. Yes. The sort of drama thing. No, thank you for that.
Thank you. Very, very thoughtful comment. And I think this idea that putting on a uniform, you actually, somehow transforming yourself from being just a human into,
a presence.
Yes. So, yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, thank you for such a wonderful talk. I have a question relating to your imaginary tactility chapter. Thinking about the rapidly emerging digital clothes, digital fashion industry, do you think the politics of tactile, politics of touch will still stay in question? Will it perish, or will it just radically transform in the case of digital fashion?
When you say digital fashion, because that can encompass quite a lot of things. I'm actually teaching a sensory fashion unit to undergrad students, and it's quite interesting even for me to think through so when you say that, do you mean actual fashion that you don't wear,
fashion designed, clothes designed for Instagram models, and basically clothes you could create a model from yourself, a digital model, and buy digital clothes for that model, and kind of put this performative picture or video on Instagram, on your social media. It could be your avatar, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, isn't it? Of course, we're going to bring our knowledge of real tactile, tangible clothing to that process, aren't we, of what we think we want to wear. But and I think, but Donna Haraway, I think, has written about sort of post-humanism or sort of cyborgs. And I think what's interesting is it does open up in a way, doesn't it? A means to deconstruct these hierarchies and to sort of rethink what sort of fabrics we might wear, even if they're digital. But there's also lots of other interesting issues in there around the way that we can't actually touch it. So, you know, what does that mean, this sort of distance? But I think there's also some really interesting opportunities there to challenge these ideas of what people should and shouldn't wear and how they should and shouldn't feel, and maybe reimagine new stuff, and that might feed back to the tangible. So are you working within that? That sounds, is that your research or not?
It might be.
Might be. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting how intensified, on the one hand, all those, you know, thoughts and talks about the tactile and the touch during the pandemic, but at the same time, how these digital fashions actually have, you know, have flourished because of the situation. So it was like parallel process. Yes, when they actually get together.
Yeah.
To cross, if they cross. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? I don't, you know, how they're going to cross. So it'd be interesting. But so many people are interested in it. My students are fascinated in it. So, and they're fashion design students. So we'll see what happens, you know, what comes out of that.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, just there are some comments. Anna posted the title of the film. Thank you. And we are moving. Normally our conference is a combination of talks from theorists, researchers, and artists, designers. So we really think this combination is very productive, especially when colleagues get together in the same space. And it's about hierarchies as well. So actually trying to, you know, break all those borders. And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, who is a jewelry designer who graduated from Bezalel Academy of Arts and Design, Jerusalem, Israel, and who's now doing her MA research at the Israel Institute of Technology, Noga Mazover, who is going to talk about her approach to making jewelry. Noga, the floor is yours.
Nice to see you again, and nice to see everyone else. I will just share my presentation. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Noga, I'm from Israel, and I would like to share with you today some of my work while putting an emphasis on touch. Okay, so I would like to start with my experience in Japan. In my third year in Bezalel Academy, I went to a student exchange in Hiko Mizuno. It's a college for jewelry design. And I don't know if you know this about Israel, but people in Israel are very warm. And whenever we go to school or to our work and meet people that we know, whether it's good or friends or not such good friends, we always hug and kiss on the cheeks. And I remember I had sort of a criticism about it, not very severe, but I didn't always feel comfortable with that until I went to Japan. And when I was in Japan, nobody touches anyone, no one hugs anyone. And suddenly I lacked that touch, that human touch. And so what I decided to do was to have a project that sort of fill my need for touch. So if we put aside the final result and sort of put the emphasis on the process, what I did was to take a soft material and together with my classmates, each and every one of them separately, we squeezed our hands together and formed many different shapes that later I wrapped in wood, in sesame seeds, and in silicone. And through that gesture, which was comfortable for them, it wasn't too much, but it wasn't something that we did before I suggested it. I felt like it was a very interesting way of sort of bringing the Israeli warmth into something that the Japanese could accept, and it sort of answered my need. These are brooches that I later cast and dyed. Some rings from there into my final project. So in the final project in Bezalel, I knew from the start that I wanted to share my inner world with people, but I didn't know exactly how to do it or which way I wanted to do it. And I always start by sketching to try and understand what forms, textures, colors, and what materials and techniques could help me achieve what I want. And in that year, I decided that I wanted to 3D print, and you will see soon how it relates to touch. And I think something interesting about perhaps we are used to work with our hands and with more natural materials. Maybe nowadays not so much, but even when I started in Bezalel, I didn't touch 3D printing at all. It wasn't that common in my first year or second. And I found it hard to sort of transfer the delicate details that I was doing by hand to something that is digitally or printed. And this example is of a sketch that me and my mentor, we really liked it. And the reason that we liked it is that when you hold it, you feel how fragile it is. And it changes the way that you touch the object, you hold the object, and you see the object, because you know that it's so delicate, and to bring it to this structure, you have to be so careful. But it was too fragile to be an actual jewelry. So I tried to 3D print it, and it completely lost all its qualities. And so I was frustrated, and I sort of lost my faith for a little while, until I got this jewelry in the mail. And aside from how it looks, which I felt looked exactly like everything else that I do in terms of style, when I held it, it had that fragile feeling that it's so hard to describe, but it had sort of the same DNA of the work, just as much as if I did it by hand. And I thought it was remarkable, and it opened up a whole new world for me. At that point, I realized that I'm not going to ditch everything I did in craft up until that point, and that the combination of those worlds could be very interesting for me. So here you can see an example of a 3D printed part, a soldered part, and a handmade part. It's a necklace. You cannot see it in the photo, but believe me. Do you see the video? Okay, I hope you saw that. I don't know.
Yes, we did.
Wonderful. Okay, so the idea that in the end I chose for the project was spreading jewelry. I tried to sort of invent a ritual through the jewelry. So you have this base jewelry, which can be this one or this one. And then in different methods, while using biomimicry, I sort of implied the spreading of the seeds that are little brooches that you can wear separately. And that on its own was very important for me, that the act itself would be very sensory, very fun to do, and that it would appeal the wearer or someone else to do that seeding or smooshing of that. So I didn't do that in all the jewelries, but that was the idea. And here you can see other pieces from the final project, which again embodies the combination between craft and 3D printing. In the final exhibition, I decided to showcase most of the work that I did in this year, not just the final pieces, because I thought it will bring people in, and that was my initial thought, and hopefully it did. This brooch I made right after graduation, and I specifically want to talk about the right one. So I was using a 3D printed part and a fishing skirt. And in this jewelry, the mechanism is magnetic and you can completely play with it. I mean, it's not, because these two parts are not attached, you can expand it, you can close it however you want. And that freedom with the jewelry is something that I think it's very interesting, not to just accept the jewelry as it is, but that the wearer has sort of a way of impacting the jewelry after it's made. And I also wanted to show you 3 exhibitions that I took part in. And I was asked to share my studio to open it up. And people came to see the exhibition, and I thought it was a good idea at first, but it shocked me to see what impact it has on people, because I remember in the exhibition of the final project, people saw it and didn't believe it. They said it wouldn't last, it's too weak. And only when people had the option to touch the jewelries, they saw that there is a flexibility. And when you have flexibility, it's not as brittle, and suddenly they trust it and they understood it was real. So that was very interesting to see. I also did that in New York. And a year after I graduated, I decided that it was time to take another shoe course in my department in Bezalel, with the new knowledge of the 3D printing and everything that I've learned. So again, I started with sketching, and the idea behind the shoe was, where is sort of the heaven of the feet? And for me, I thought that floating in the ocean or in the water, it's the opposite of what the foot is usually doing, which is under pressure on solid ground. And I thought it could be really interesting to try and mimic that. So I sort of opened a 3D textile lab in my house with my 3D printer. And it's funny that we talk about touch, but we cannot touch the pieces. So you'll have to believe me that, for example, these pieces that look like bubbles, they're so special to the touch. It's not something that I can explain to you in words, but I really wanted to achieve something that was nice on the skin, special in terms of not enigmatic also, not really being sure what it is. And also while you move the pieces, because they're modular and they move, they make this very nice sound. These are more pieces of that. In the end, I didn't use the textile yet, but I did took some of the ideas and the inspirations. And I think what's special about the final shoe was that I was able to create more volume without making the leg look big or lose its silhouette. And that sort of gives a feeling visually and physically that you are more protected. And the last thing I want to show you, we started with Japan, we will finish with Japan, is that when I was in Japan, I had this inspiration for a cherry blossom brooch. And for 4 years or 3 years, I couldn't understand how I should do it, because I knew I wanted it to be very fragile, very light, to move like leaves in the wind, to make that very nice sort of quiet sound. And it was very difficult to understand how to do it. And when the coronavirus started and the quarantine sort of landed upon us, I think it was the first day that suddenly the idea came to me, and I couldn't understand how I didn't think about it before, but it takes so much time that I think I wasn't even able to think about that solution, but it was wonderful for the corona. So again, you cannot see, but it moves so nicely, really like leaves in the wind. And when you wear it, it moves with you, with your rhythm, and it has that very nice sound. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Noga, for the fantastic presentation. And yes, just would love to wear those, you know, to perform the yes, you are expected to, yes, to perform when you wear certain things. But I just have a very short comment on that part when you spoke about the audience and the visitors to the exhibition, when the people actually didn't believe until they could touch. And there seems to be a connection between the touch and the trust. And in a way, we are talking about the power of the touch versus the power of the gaze.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, just an interesting turn.
I think it, perhaps if it was a square concrete, people wouldn't have to touch it because they know it. They know what concrete feels like and how much it weighs. But I think especially when we're talking about new technologies, when people are less familiar with the specific materials or how it's made, people don't trust it instantly, or some people don't trust it. And I think that touch is information, or for sure it's information. And when you touch something, you know so much more about it because we have so much knowledge of touch that we sort of collected in our lives, that we can recognize something through the touch that we don't necessarily do without it.
Yeah, we over-rely on gaze, while the touch is much more informative. And somehow we will get back to this idea actually in the final presentation today, when Elizabeth Fisher will speak about the collection of her student. And that will be very late today, but Elizabeth is already with us, so we will definitely survive until then. Any comments, questions?
Can I ask you something, Noga? I really love that. I love the brooch that it moves. You know, really links to my sort of thing around the senses. And movement is so important. That that's something that's really overlooked in dress and fashion. You know, which is insane, really, because you know what I mean. We're always sort of moving. I wonder if have you done any research on how people have experienced wearing the brooch?
Wearing the jewelry?
Yeah, the jewelry. That would be interesting.
Not a scientific one. I think I was asking many questions while I was working on my final project, and actually working with people to try and understand what is appealing to them, what they react to. Yeah.
And I can imagine
it's very complex in terms of getting the pieces of information that I can say, out loud, because it really has to do with every specific object and how they react to it and how they feel with it.
Yeah, exactly. And touch, just going back to, I think, what Luda was saying, touch is, it is political. And I think sometimes it's easy to think, oh, touch is, that's the truth, or something, or it's not cultured, but it is just as much as appearance, that I was talking about. It's got all these sort of associations. But yeah, no, I love that. It makes me think of Radiations of Adornment, wearing that brooch. There's actually a student at LCF who wears crazy stuff. A lot of them do. And one day I bumped into him in the stairs, and he had bells all over him. So he was like, he'd customized the stuff, and he had like bells and pom-poms and stuff, and it was like this jangling thing coming down the stairs, and I was like, whoa, okay, that is really Radiations of Adornment. But yeah, no, thanks. It's really fascinating work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There is a comment from Anna. Constance Klassen talks of early museums being tactile experiences, but became visual when the commodification of knowledge meant protecting artifacts was necessary. But this has returned a bit with some curations. Well, yeah, do not touch rule, which is changing these days as well. And I guess today, in this panel, we will talk about the museums and curating practices as well. So Noga, thank you so much. We are moving now to therapy and sensory integration therapy, to be precise. And Anna Lychagina from Ural State University of Architecture and Art is going to present her paper, Design for Sensory Integration Therapy. Anna, Anna, yes, are you with us? Yeah, fantastic. Hello.
Да, слышу вас хорошо.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you very much. I am honored indeed for being the first Russian-speaking speaker. And let me actually begin.
Yeah, the translation is available for non-Russian speakers. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Anna.
Все, без проблем.
No problem. So if you want to discuss some things with me, I can switch over to English, but it's more comfortable for me to speak Russian now. So I would like to ask you if you can see the presentation. Yes, we can. Perfect. Okay. Indeed, today I'm going to deliver a presentation about design for sensory integration therapy, and I will tell you about designers creating objects, about different technological design and sensory therapy.
В промышленном дизайне, как никогда сейчас, важен вот этот элемент телесности.
In industrial design, tactility or corporeality is very important. It is tied not only to the pandemic, when we were all restricted as regards the physical contact, but it also has something to do with the popularity of this concept in conceptual design. Well, I think that the well-being or wellness, that is a very important field, and there are other tools which are mental health as well as emotional and sensory therapy. It is something that has been used in industrial design to make conceptual objects. That is an important issue in the digital world, and it is important. It seems to be important to restore the bond between the humans and the objects that surround them. Amidst the pandemic, we saw that those people that people felt the need for sensory therapy. This is a sphere that blends together medicine, anthropology, and sociology. There are lots of studies as regards sensory exhaustion. What is sensual exhaustion is that it is a phenomena when we lose the control over, or we lose the link between the object and ourselves. There are people who are in the risk group. Those are the people who become tired really easily. There might be people who had anesthesia, or they might have an anxiety complex, or they are visually impaired or audibly impaired, as well as people with mental illnesses. I'm going to speak about one of my latest projects that targets these audience in particular. This sensory deprivation seems to have become a particular area of interest. There are some appliances that help people to talk about their emotional sensations, not only through words, but through certain objects. There are spaces created to improve the sensory situation, and as well as specific equipment for sensory exercise that helps people to restore their senses and sensory organs. I'm going to show some conceptual objects that are both design objects, but they could also be used for sensory therapy. The first project is the project of Nenki Halder. It was made in 2017. It is a therapeutical set that was made especially for women who suffered from sexual violence. And it is ultimately important for them to restore their ability to feel touch and to be exposed to touch. So for this purpose, the designers created this specific set. Another project is devoted to the tools for therapy that can help a person focus on a particular sensation. There are various objects there, and this one created by Nicolette Boudez in 2016. There is another similar project that targets children specifically. It helps them to create certain characters that could have different personalities, as well as in a set for children. We can find that people have associations between the feeling and the particular personality. One more interesting design project that I think could be used for therapy is a project called Breeze. It is an interactive project. When we blow onto a mirror, this mirror lights up and it emits warmth, and that means that we can really interact with it because our doing anything with this object enlivens it. So we can touch an object or we can get a response from it back. One more last project that targets empathy. It is a project of the Royal College of Arts, and it was built within a specific framework for supporting people with autism. Seeing this at this picture, you can see that we can actually understand what people with sensory fatigue feel. This person is deprived of all sound. They have the special audited reality set on their eyes. And also you can see a lollipop that also creates this sort of discomfort, which all of these effects allow to understand what sensory deprivation or sensory fatigue means and what it feels like. I think we all could have felt it when after self-isolating, we came out into public, and in this crowd, you all might have felt that there is too much light, there is too much of anything. And I think this picture was nice to show what it feels like. One more slide. It shows a special playground for kids, and it provides them with sensory therapy. There is a possibility here for specialists to intervene and assist kids, but these spaces can be created for all ages. Those objects that exist today and they are used for sensory therapy, there are three main areas here. So there is, first of all, therapy, which allows us to imitate certain experience and restore the connection between the object sound, and the object itself, which allows us to restore, for instance, hearing. Then there are also projects that deal with empathy. And one more area is the area of fidgets. For instance, spinners. And I think spinners became really popular across the globe, especially in Russia in 2017. And spinners were created for people with autism or with people who felt a sensory breakdown, so that they could concentrate on something and forget about the surroundings, to relax and restore themselves and overcome stress sometimes as well. I, together with my colleagues in Tomsk in Siberia, carried out a research on accessories and clothes. for people with autistic disorders. We tried to come up with a list of instruments that are used by the young people. There can be some tactile elements, because the needs for sensory relaxation, they can be used anywhere, for instance, in public transportation. There are also objects that can emit a certain sound. Either they can be e-drops or some ambient music to distract a person from the outside noises. There are two more areas that I think are still lagging behind, because it is something that you could use and something that is around you all the time. It is clothes and accessories, something that you can, if you don't need to use it right now as an instrument for a sensory therapy, you can just wear it. Another area is food. I think this is an area that is very promising for Russia. Speaking about some therapeutical objects, we faced a problem that boiled down to the fact that a lot of objects for sensory therapy are designed for kids, and they don't take into account the needs of an older generation or even teenagers, so that they could wear something that would look good on them and would look appropriate. Therefore, we believe that it's important to fight any forms of stigmatizing as regards people with disabilities. So when we designed this object that you see, it really had to look, we wanted it to look trendy. It is a conceptual project. It was made by Team Zarka, and it is an inhaler or a puffer designed for people who need to use an inhaler often, or people who suffer from asthma. So we often say that this object doesn't look really trendy and something that we sort of want to hide from anybody else. It seems our car, Zaki, made this inhaler look really trendy and desirable to have. So it seems that sensory accessories are either designed for small kids, so there can be some toys or some elements, some things that they can chew or play with. And there might be some soft objects that can be taken. There are along with there might be some things that are made even by parents for kids, because they can't be really found on the market. So several projects tried to respond to this lack. They made these wooden accessories with a very simple design. They used color, tactility, the touch, as well as vision and hearing, and as well as taste. So these accessories all target a particular sense. So for hearing, there is a small bird that could make a sound, and we could use it. There are other objects, for instance, an object for vision. These are buttons that reflect light. And there are also aromatic pendants that could be used to smell or maybe take into mouth. And it looks just like a pendant, an accessory. Sorry, we seem to be running out of time. Sorry. All right, I'm going to round up very quick. Just one more minute. This is a project that targets clothes design. It uses Velcros. These are some other projects. These are accessories that I made, and they look like candies. As for food experience, so we are working on some objects that now are not so popular. We just been experimenting with this area. This is a list of potentially promising areas for sensory therapy and objects are used for it. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. And if you have any questions, I'd really be glad to take them. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting insight. It sort of takes us into an area of design, and we are sort of working on the lines, on the fringes of medicine and design together. It seems that we've been moving between different areas of knowledge, and of course it's been done on purpose, and I really hope that we have discussions sparked. Unfortunately, we have to really stick to the schedule because we have 20 minutes for questions and responses as well. And since we don't have, if there is any comments, so if there is anybody who wants to voice a comment, there is time for one comment only. If nothing comes up, then you can use the chat later to ask questions and to share your links. If you want to share them, we'll be really glad because there's so much information. I was absolutely astonished that, you know, spinners came from this area. And then it became really trendy. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Brief ones? All right, then let's move on. Anna, thank you very much.
So I give the floor to Anna Razogreeva. A few words about interdisciplinary method. Interactivity always brings us to the legal sphere, legal area, which has unfortunately become a commonplace today. And Anna is going to speak about.
I will shift to English because somehow I have this English language program in front of me. Don't touch the right to inviolability in the interpretation of criminal law enforcement. Южный федеральный университет, Rostov-on-Don, Anna Razogreeva with us.
Anna Razogreeva. Technical problems. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, great. Thank you very much. To be honest, it was hard for me to fit in the trance established. Sorry in advance. I would speak about political things rather than legal things. I'd start from my personal experience. About 5 years ago, the university affiliated with mine started to film video clips about ministerial programs that we were in charge of. So it was 2015, and it was the program called Criminal Justice, and I was indeed ardent about it. I was full of zeal, and I asked who the heroes of the modern world are. Actually, these are the investigators. They define economic, political order. They initiate criminal proceedings and do many important things. And if 5 years ago, I was very ironic about that, and I was not afraid of that, but in 2021, I can say for sure that our today's world is defined by changes in the criminal procedures. So I suggest discussing 2.5 criminal stories in which touch is used by authorities in general through law enforcement mechanisms to define the order of a political and private and moral order. So the first story is quite relevant today, since we can see rallies around the country with people supporting Navalny. People are detained, and evidently there will be criminal cases initiated according to Article 1318. And we are interested in Part 1, Article 318. It is about the violence against the representative of authorities. This story became high profile after the rallies in Moscow. The Russian State Guard were involved in that, but indeed it goes back to some years. And the second story is about touching the underaged who have been consistently deemed as the people against whom the violent actions are taken, and these actions carry about 10 or 15 years of imprisonment. So the first story is about the rally with the participation at the prospect of Sakharov, and the speaker referred to the experience of the situation at Bolotnaya Square and articulated the problem of law enforcement related to these very cases. I mean, the touch cases. While commenting on the practice, he said how painful it was for the law enforcement agent to feel the plastic cup hit him. And so this story of touching is very important here. So what was the source of information that we worked with? Luckily, since 2009, all indictments are posted all at the special website. They are accumulated by independent web portals. So like Судебное решение РФ, Das Правосудие, and many other web portals. This web portal that you can see are not very good to operate with, but I have consistently been working with the cases that have been brought to court, that have gone through proceedings according to Article 318, and I have been sorted them like this. And in the beginning, I put aside all the cases when there were several attacks, when the legal and medical expertise is fixed blood boils or blood cysts. And as an object of analysis, we used the rulings, the sentences, in which the interaction between prosecution and defense was based on touch. When a person touched another person, touched softly or harshly. And so by describing this very touch, the criminal hearings proceed. You can see a small excerpt of the article. Unfortunately, we have problems with the sound. Could you please speak in the mic? Maybe I shall turn off the video. I did not come up with high-profile criminal cases, but every 15th or 17th case in this category is about touch, actually. The story is very simple here. The case is about Ulyanovsk Oblast. The man was intoxicated. He beat a woman who he lived with, and the police officers insisted on stopping the illegal actions, the violence. The man spoke with a police officer in very obscene words, and so he humiliated him, and then he attacked the police officer once, causing severe pain. And in the court, the defense, the prosecution insisted that the defendant waved his hands, and the fact that it was just a touch was not enough. The police officer felt pain, and this pain was reflected in the dossier, and there are red spots on the neck. But the defendant claimed that he just touched the police officer. But this is not only about police officers, it's about law enforcement agents, the fire brigade officers, and border guards. In all these cases, we are talking about touch rather than violence. And still, there is either a court ruling or the release of a person with a fine, so who will be fined afterwards. So it is a momentary touch at the body in any part, not only we're talking about the face, the body, the stomach, but it includes also the elements of the uniform of a police officer, like a helmet, like a shoulder strap, or anything else. So, and neither the words of defendants nor the evidence can be used as the physical evidence. But the story about the violence actually the domestic violence, the beatings are not a criminal case. It is an administrative case. It becomes criminal if it happens once again, or there's some extremist motivation behind. But at the same time, the administrative practice related to repeated situations show that touching a hand or touching a shoulder is not viewed as a beating, and a person claiming he has been beaten is not taken seriously, and the testimony is not taken into account. And this is a story about the authorities' body that is very seriously taken. And the second story is actually political also. It is a case related to Yuri Dmitriev and his second criminal case that resulted not only in the court ruling, the criminal one, but then it was upped the ante, and the story is around him touching the the perineum of his daughter, and actually the moment of his touching the perineum was qualified as the sexual harassment, and this was actually that article that became very important, and he actually received quite a harsh sentence. We should put aside the political context and move to low-key cases, and they are not posted online since there is a direct ban on that, and I managed to find something, and it's quite interesting. These are the administrative rulings, and I worked with different secondary information sources, including mass media. So I'm not talking about Dmitriev's case. It is not connected with Gulag, with politics. So we, for example, have a family and the family's friends who went to the Azov Sea, and a child, a boy, wore the swimsuit, and the family's friends touched the perineum once again, and so this is a question which is a rhetorical one. If we see that it is what was made deliberately, it was a design to do so, actually we cannot prove that. So if we, I'm sorry, we have only 2 minutes left. I need only 1 minute. So when you look at the practical things, 2 things meet your eyes. So first is a number of cases related to first men whose profession is more or less connected with touching children, like coaches, then eye doctor, people working with children, like people doing massage and so on. So it is a framework that can be used for qualifying these actions as actions related to sexual harassment. And then second thing is When people work with children and their actions can be deemed as pedophilic actions. We're talking about high-profile cases when mothers use law for prosecuting ex-husbands and viewing mother's situation as the mother's status as priority one. So, like any other thing, it has many aspects. This is a broad issue, a very sensitive issue, and it is called heart, which ignores the pain of children, women, and the elderly people. It is a developed pornographic imagination, which makes the touch to a person of less than 19 years old as sexual harassment. Yes, thank you very much. The rhythm of your speech changed. It's not because of you, it's because of the technologies when they fixed this very important moment of feeling the touch of authorities. And you moved to a quite problematic sphere, which is, on the other hand, part of our everyday life. And we can see that the touch can be different depending on the context. And we move today from a touch of the pandemic period and the so-called tactile hunger. And on the other hand, we have different contexts that the ones that you've mentioned. Colleagues, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them, because indeed we can see here that touches can be different from those we have discussed before, depending on the context. Or it can be the same, because the story about the sensory therapy is actually a story about a threat and about the fact that these people are under the threat of criminal trial. It is another group that can be accused of pedophilia. It is hysteria that is around it. Yes, it's a multifaceted phenomenon. We do not mean that there is a border between fashion and design and something that is non-fashion and design. That's actually the title of our conference suggests that we have different social, cultural, and economic and political contexts. So maybe you would like to use the chat to ask questions. It is actually for the first time since I can see Anna at the conference. I know it firsthand. Okay, so look, I believe we will be able to speak about such things like museum practices. These are the problems that are hard to discuss, and the colleagues will touch upon these topics. So we move on further. So the next speaker is Tatiana Sukhina from the Russian Ballet Academy, St. Petersburg.
Уже говорили про балетное тело.
We spoke today already about the ballet body, and we heard about it from Anna first. And I think that Tatiana is going to dwell more on this issue. Tatiana, hello. We're going to talk about the kinesthetics of the screen, and we're going to talk about empathy and the video art. I believe that when you launch your presentation, we'll be able to see the title in Russian. Yes, but I'm going to say it. I'm not going to show it. It is called the Kinesthetic Empathy in the art, and I would like to show a video. I will launch it and I will speak in parallel. Is that okay that we can't see you? If it's okay for you, then it's okay for me. But if you want to see me, I can switch on my screen later. All right. My name is Tanya Sukhina. I'm a dance artist. I work not only with the dance, but I research practices that bring together the medium of the dance and cinema together. This approach is very close to me because these two media are considered not as parts of instruments to influence something, but they allow us to express certain criticism. Kinesthetic empathy is a concept that is very important for the dance, and I myself would like to explore how that can work through the screen and through the image on the screen while interacting with the viewer. I would begin by saying that cinema theory believes that cinema is something that is taken in visually and in a rational way. Even though a lot of theories take into account the corporeality of the viewer, still they think more of sharing meanings and maybe even propaganda with the viewer through the image. Such approaches imply distance between the viewer and the film. Still, we can say that there are some theories that pay more attention to human body, to its vulnerabilities, interaction between the image and the audience, underlying um, underlining the possibility of their interaction. Watching a film cannot be restricted to the image itself. This experience is much broader and needs rational consideration. There are a lot of theories that work more with the body. They uh, use the notion of empathy introduced by Theodore Lips, as well as the notions of sensibilities, where the borders of one and the other are merged. Based on the theories of empathy, the cognitive cinema theory has been developed. It works with narrative empathy, showing that the perception of a film is based on trying to see oneself in the shoes of the characters in the movies. And it means that that doesn't have to be particularly a character, but that can be some other phenomenal objects. It is believed that narrative empathy implies taking certain positions and showing emotions on the face. There is one more theory. It is built on phenomenology, and it is something that I am particularly interested in. This is the model of the viewer's experience. And I think you've all heard of Merleau-Ponty. His phenomenology of film, if we base our phenomenology of film on his theory, would see that experience of interaction of the viewer with what's happening on the screen is what is the most important. Center to phenomenological approach is the merge of tactile, visual, and haptic in the experience. Of course, this has been substantiated by certain neurological research, such as the study of mirror neurons. A lot of phenomenologists, as regards movies or film, find it important to make the work more perceptual as regards the feelings and the sense for the viewer. In all of these ideas, I can find something that helps me to develop an approach that has five aspects. So this is the image, the sound, the smell, the touch. The theory of Bell Balasha, the physiognomics theory was later supported by Gilles Deleuze. All these theories show us that the close-up is not only something that shows the face, but it is the face itself. It sort of abstracts this object from space-time. So the change of size is something that could change the movement, and it becomes more expressive and less narrative. Another approach is the use of a hand camera, because it is something that is very similar to our vision. So this handheld cameras make the vision closer to the viewer. Speaking about the image, the idea of haptic perception, which sees vision as tactile, is something, and you can see that in the video that you're watching right now. There is a texture that cannot simply, that can transfer or transmit the feelings of a mass or weight, but also certain tactile perception. One more important approach is the one that is based on action. Initially, cinema and the early cinema expressed certain concern about the value of human body, because people were not exposed to the experience of going to the cinema and the experience of different frames that succeed each other. They're mounting and cutting. It was something absolutely surprising and unusual. Of course, assembling frames was something that was used in the cinema. So there were a lot of various scenes when people are running or there is a pursuit. There are a lot of cars or maybe a big city or a factory or a plant, so big crowds, and the city itself. So for a lot of researchers, all of that's been seen as a bodily response to cinema. It's been something absolutely unexpected and something that some people were even afraid of. I think this is a very interesting aspect, and of course our perception of cinema today has changed greatly, because in the early 20th century it was very unusual to see the fragments of the body or the body moving on the screen. Action and muscular tension of a person that we see on the screen is something that reproduces the kinesthetic empathy, because if the body is just observed or it is put within the frame or the shot, when muscles are used because of certain tension, the viewers have a bodily reaction to that. So this is a video essay. And we can see a Spielberg face here, the face that expresses a really intense feeling that is transferred through the close-up, the cliche close-up. The first time I saw this video, my face got really tired because of it, because it was really, really tense. And it is illuminating how all of that just works subconsciously. I'm sorry, but we sort of have to break. All right then, so one more minute, because this is what I wanted to tell you about the action, and I wanted to highlight that there is a certain tension that can be transmitted through the image. One more thing, and since you're saying that we are running out of time, this is the work of Chantal Eckelmann, and Deleuze also spoke about this. The everyday body or the ceremonial body that can be prepared for something, and it is shown in durations. There are long shots, and we can see that the body sort of fills the void with its everyday, with its rhythm, or with its cinematographic rhythm. And it sort of transmits the fluidity of space and time. As for space, the last aspect, there is a certain duration of space. I think I sort of fast forwarded it a bit. Okay. So here, how we can see that using the example of animation, there is the black floor, and it doesn't provide any support, and how that can be described as the loss of balance, or if there is a space that is perceived by our body abruptly when somebody, or when we feel as something really strange when a person begins to walk on the ceiling or on the walls. So this physical bodily engagement, which is produced by sudden change. One last thing that I wanted to talk about was sound. This bodily co-presence of the image and the viewer, of course, it's been very important to use sound for that. There are some ideas that are closely tied to theatrical art or dance when changing or cutting the distance between the viewer and the viewed. We begin to hear the sounds, we begin to hear the touches, or feel them, or hear somebody breathing. So sound can sometimes break the distance between the image and the audience. So this is all that I wanted to speak about, Tatiana. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. I think it is a very unique way to approach talk. Unfortunately, we don't have time for comments and questions. So dear colleagues, please ask your questions or write comments in the chat. I have to remind that 20 minutes is something that you have for the talk and for the questions as well, because otherwise we are sort of deprived of the discussion, and I don't want to interrupt. I'm terribly sorry, but I will have to do it because we have to stick to the schedule. Thank you, Tatiana. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your surname. Not a problem. No problem, don't mention. Colleagues, we're ready to we continue to work across various disciplines. Of course, touch and tactility is something that is extremely that it works with different contexts, and we now are moving to the next speaker. I'm going to give the floor to a PhD student in art and design, Elena Alicenko. She's going to talk about added reality, and she's going to speak about choreographical movies and kinesthetic empathy experience there. Colleagues, unfortunately, we're not going to have a break. So if you need to have a break, just turn off your mic, and you can just grab your cup of tea and spend your time with us. No break, unfortunately.
So, dear friends, good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in the conference. Unfortunately, I have my own event in Chelyabinsk, and I'm now there. Probably there will be some sounds on the background, but I've tried to get rid of them. Let me share my screen with you. So can you see the presentation? Yes, we can see it. Once again, my report is called Body Space Relationships in 3D Choreographic Films, Augmented Reality as a New Experience of Kinesthetic Empathy. The problem of studying the body is one of the most important in our everyday life, and over the past years, the sociological research is about the body, and it is very relevant since and because of lockdown. So And many of us have felt that Zoom communication format with its video calls allowed us to stay in touch. But on the other hand, video conferences are related with some differences, some uncomfortable things. Zoom fatigue is relevant for many reasons. Interlocutors change quite frequently, and the brain's pre-envisages the scenarios of further behavior, and some delays in Zoom creates the problem for communication. The second problem is that we can see the interlocutor as an image, a picture, like a head that says something. Then we can see only ourselves on the camera, and there is a close contact with the images, and we are verbally enriched, and we cannot feel the touch, the tactical empathy. And this is very important for my research. The biggest IT corporations like Microsoft and Facebook Reality Labs understand the importance of quality communication, and are engaged in the developing of AR and VR because they are convinced that they will become an integral part of our lives. This report makes sense of the augmented reality techniques in performative arts as a possible shift in the way we communicate, which will provide a deeper qualitative level of empathy for the viewer. Despite the pivot to the body that has occurred, many authors agree that research into the relationship between body and culture experience a number of difficulties, and the main problem has to do with the lack of research in border areas. For example, Enthusiasm raises the problem of a lack of research on the relationship of the body, clothing, and fashion. Irina Sirotkina's work expands the understanding of the body and bodily practices and movement, dance, or changing body culture in the realities of a modern technology. And Tatiana Fadeyeva and Persheeva have made an excellent analysis of new strategies for rethinking subjectivity in connection with the development of virtual reality. But to date, it's not enough. When we research into how corporeality and corporeal practices transit to the virtual reality. This paper focuses on the analysis of corporeality in the frontier sphere, choreography, and 3D cinema. And the purpose of this paper is to identify and confirm changes in the depth of viewers' empathy when using 3D technologies in choreographic films, which are the empirical basis of this study. So we use one camera, and to produce 3D content, there should be two cameras. So in order to film two different images that will be further used for the right and left eye would get different pictures. Such action repeats how we see a 3D picture of the world. And if we set the right and left parallax, we can change the depth of the picture. Monocular vision cannot allow us to perceive the 3D vision because there is only one source of signal, and we can convince of that if we close one eye for a minute, and the brain will not be able to see the difference between the objects. And this is the reason why visually impaired people face problems with that. And bodies as sculptures are viewed by us as 3D models, and we need the movement. If it's a micro movement, we can perceive another person non-verbally through these micro movements. Through our sixth kinesthetic feeling, we can perceive the world through different inner feelings created by our organism. And our perception in the space defines how we move, and it is defined by the brain. We can move our hands, we can move our feet, our legs, and it allows us to try to keep the balance and understand where we are in the space, and our perception of coordination in time and space reflects our movement. The kinesthetic notion includes the ability to conceive the ability to move through eyes and vestibular apparatus. We can perceive our body through kinesthetic empathy, and we can perceive the movement of our interlocutor. It is a means of regulation of our body. It is a means of communicating with the world. It is well developed in dancers, and indeed, this ability can become a skill. It can be further improved and developed. The problem of perceiving dances in 2D mode. Sorry, I should skip this. There are some nice pictures. So Wim Wenders was indeed impressed when in 1985 he saw a performance by Willy Bausch, and he wanted to share his impressions with those who didn't manage to go to the performance, and he didn't get this ability. He couldn't do this till 2008 because the concert was streamed online, and in this way the proximity was brought to naught. And on the example of 3D films, including Pina and Cunningham, I will show the performative art in a new digital content and talk context. And I will provide the comments given by viewers at one of the web portals. So in my research, I hope I will get more qualitative material, but right now I use these very things. So these are the comments given by viewers, and I'm planning to conduct different gatherings where people will discuss things and videos and films they have watched. For example, one of the viewers mentioned that he was really impressed with the 3D effect, with the technology that allows to transfer the beautiful choreography through time and space, and the development of 3D and digital reality, and the perception of ourselves in it are very relevant. We are searching for technologies to represent ourselves and our bodies, given the intensity of new developments. The global holdings are working on improving new technologies, and 3D is one of the areas that will give better communications in the future, which will help us to present our body in a more subjective way. A dialogue using these technologies will encourage kinesthetic empathy in the interlocutor. In this report, the idea is confirmed by the analysis of 3D choreographic films, and is an example of a successful use of technology for the presentation of corporeality in art. Thank you very much, and I will be glad if you ask some questions. Yelena, thank you very much for your presentation, for sticking to the schedule, to the timing. I try to do my best, indeed. Yes, we have some time for comments and questions. So if there are some, it's high time you asked them or commented somehow the presentation. So there are indeed many topics and many points of view. They should have stimulated a discussion, but for some reason, everyone has retreated to his or her own shell, so to say. It seems to me it's very hard to be one of the last speakers because everyone is tired. Actually, your report is not the last one. We have a big, long day. So, colleagues, let us do it like this. We can make a 7-minute break, but no more. No more, unfortunately. We just can't. If you're ready to continue, we can skip this 7-minute break because it's something that I believe we shouldn't do, because there are many black pictures, because I can see that your cameras are on. Yelena, thank you very much. So we let you go, and I'm giving the floor to our next speaker, and it is Nadezhda Pantulina, a senior researcher of Timirazov Biology Museum, a curator of a well-known exhibition that is called Herbatim, Corporeality and Introspection. That is the name of the report. Nadezhda, could you please share the screen? Yes, I'm doing this. Interestingly, we have got used to saying, I'm sharing the screen. Yes, it's something very common. Can you see it? Yes, we can. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this event. I will be glad if I will see that some of you have seen the exhibition, but if not, I will show you the pictures. So I'm going to tell you about the Herbatim exhibition, which tells us about the Solovki prison camp and the herbs, the plants that have been brought several kilometers from the place that where they were grown. This is a legacy that is very difficult to us. It is very sensitive to us. It is related to family stories of repressions and reprisals. It is understandable if people wouldn't like to plunge into this difficult experience. And the violations in the Gulag system reflected in the skull, Memento Mori. It allows us to feel in a more acute way our feelings and be more tender to each other. We do not want to find out who was guilty. We would like to look into ourselves because there are some modes of behavior that we inherit from the past and hand over to our children. The time of terror is fixed in the documents, but they describe only part of events, and they treat the relations between power and people in a certain way. If there are not enough documents, I added some new ones that I have found, and there are the plants that I have found as well. They complement the archival documents. This is the reason why this is called herbatim. The plants, both live and dead ones, are present in our commemorative practices, and the dead flavors and plants are a metaphor of memory and life and bring us up to new memorial heights. They become the voice of the people who are only the words and the numbers in the lists on the paper. And people are somehow called the used up, the unserviceable workforce. And this unserviceable workforce is actually a term that replaced a term, a person. And this exposition includes 4 so-called stops, which represents contours of a house. Actually, this is the contours of a house. It's made of wire, and you can see the light, theatrical light, which makes the atmosphere more sensitive. There is a curtain, which is almost transparent. It's presented on the left picture, and like a one-eyed monster, there is this tower where an officer usually stood, and herbatim refers us to the herbs, to herbarium. And in every stop, you can see the traces. Like, for example, you can see on the picture of a man with a big white headstuff, and this gesture here is very important. He wishes a good trip, and on the right hand, actually, you can see me when I went to the camp huts, and it is covered with mosquitoes, and I couldn't imagine that a person could die of mosquito bites, and it is an experience that no one can have nowadays. But it is an exposition of words and objects which we can create through people engaging with the space and time getting of the experience they have never faced, of something that they got after visiting the exposition. The light is made as such so that the people could see their shades overlapping with the shades of others, with the shades of objects. And the exposition provides scientific evidence, and they fill the void of bureaucratic documents. Such documents are gathered because of what we experience and what we can see. There is actually the graphics of the tree's life. People cut down trees, go into these camp, and you can see the tree rings and the cracks, and the center I'm sorry, of the beginning of tree's life, or tree rings that are narrow in the first place, but then they become wider, and this actually allows us to define the birth date of a tree. And on the left picture, you could see the door, and you can see the paint coming off. There is a small space, a small square for a person to look through the door, and a person to give the food through this square. And I have made the exposition vivid and full of pictures and light. And when we switch on the light, we touch another person, and the light is on till our hand is on the button, and instead of dark contours, we can see people's faces till we want to remember those people will live on. This exposition also has the photos of the forest, today's forest, which is actually moves us to another stops. And these curtains are narrower than a normal door, and people are like shadows. You can see a train which symbolizes the way the seeds got to the Solovki prison. Then the wall on the right is actually the entrance to the camp huts. There are many metaphors perceived by both religious and secular people. This is, on the one hand, it's like a crooked hand, and the camp hut symbolizes violating of borders, and this exposition symbolizes the camp hut. You can see the squares made with a chalk, and you can see that the pictures are not smooth. Some elements of the table, of the desk, are made of the timber, and the only names that we know for sure is actually the names that they put down on the plaques of the hut. Here you can see the photo of the canteen, and I asked to keep the traces of time, and we plunge into this photograph and feel the distance of time. There are some works made by modern artists, and these show that they are involved in the process, and it allows us to feel some delicate senses. These are scraps from newspapers from 1917 to 1991, and they pulse with with a scale of different mosaics from the past. This is actually a reference to Guernica. This is a construction of dehumanization, when we can agree with the violence against people who we do not call people. And then this bull appears close to the words of Seamus Heaney, the Nobel laureate. The chairs have the typologies of accusations, the reasons why a person could get into the camp and be executed. And the final stop is actually us. And the aggression that has always been with us is symbolized by this shirt, a straitjacket. The luggage contains a song of a woman who has gone through the camps and exile, but it contains no obscene words. To hear what she sang, you needed to come closer to the luggage, and you can see the comments which call on us to hear out, to hear to what those people said. And this is the order envisaging building railroads and roads around the country.
You can see the footprints of the labor camps and prison camps that have spread across the company. There is a citation from the person's letter in 1927. I made a list of words that are used in the Russian language and they're used today, and some of them come from the prison camps. So we can find, because of and thanks to the exhibition, certain patterns of behavior that came to us from prison camps, and we just don't realize that. This is a traveling exhibition, and after we've tried to put it on for several times, it actually begins to work in a minimalist fashion. There are some weeds that you see on the screen, and that is what the prisoners ate. Another story. It's not even a document, but you can see these small particles on the screen. These are the weeds that became somewhat characters in a story. These are weeds that don't lift their head because they have force enough only, or power enough only, to survive. You can see on the left the cut of wood, and there is also a citation from Varlash Shalamov, who wrote about the Soviet prison camps extensively. And there is a small branch that you can see, and the person that you see on the screen is a person who survived 9 years in the prison camp, and he sends a lot of plants from the prison camp. This is a crawling weed, and it is a weed that comes down onto the ground to survive the winter, and it springs back when the snow comes off. And it sort of symbolizes the hard times that people had to go through. One more story. It's if you take a look at the screen, you can see that on the top, this blob has is a square shape, and it also has something to do with science, because it sort of blocked this area from the wind. It closed it off, and that's why the greens began to grow. There is one more work. It is very interesting. It is a fabric with the footprints of prisoners. People find what they can associate with. They can find some particles that there, and we want people to understand how important it is to make an effort. So all the best to you. Thank you. I think this is a unique project. I'm really glad that this exhibition continues to travel the country. It is really important because we can see that there are some new offshoots everywhere. Colleagues, do you have questions? This is a very interesting issue, and I think it is not emotionally easy. So, of course, we're talking about the mind and the body, and so can something be touched by hands or hands off? Yes, I wanted to ask a question. Nadezhda, your concept is very interesting. You wanted to relay tactility through a gaze. Is there any opportunity at your exhibition to touch the object? Yes, in the place where we have a lamp. And I didn't want to make any commentary to it because the button sort of calls for action. On the photographs, there are some empty borders, fringes, and in the middle there are some small figures, and we later begin to understand that yes, these shapes have faces, and these are real people on the picture. I thought, first of all, that it would be sort of a way to manipulate with the audience, but I realized that there are people who really want to touch something. They need to do that, and before going out of the exhibition, they want to go back and touch the button, press the button once again. I haven't shown everything, but there is also a game that you can play. You can draw your own story on the herbarium. So you can write or draw about something that you want to remember or something you want to forget. So this is one more opportunity for direct engagement. Of course, I, as a museum person, realized that you had to cover all objects with the glass. But when we were assembling the exhibition, I told an artist that I didn't want to put the canvas under the glass. And I think sometimes, you know, this border sort of is in the way, and so we decided not to put the screen on over it. And sometimes people who come to the exhibition, they can touch the exhibits, but people usually don't do it. They maybe just touch something by tip of their finger. And what about all the inscriptions? Sometimes we can touch something, or sometimes we want to say something, or to comment on something, because it is important also to see what other people write. And sometimes people just go through the papers that are lying around and they read what other people write. Thank you. I have one more follow-up question. How do you work with, do you ensure inclusion? For instance, you have visually impaired visitors. Would you provide them with sensory experience? I've never had visually impaired people, never blind, but there were children with that are mentally challenged. So I myself made a tour for them. Of course, this is a very complex project and it's not so easy to make it accessible to everyone. Yeah, there are some things that I sort of couldn't take into account. If there are any personal applications or people have personal requests, then we come up with a solution for them, always. Thank you very much, Nadia.
Потому что, да, тут и про кураторские стратегии, да, как вообще работать с разными группами, и у нас сегодня...
Yeah, it is really interesting. There are different strategies that show us how we can work with different areas, and there will be one more talk on the haptics of fashion. Thank you very much. We are ready to move on. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Anna Sapochnikova. She's a PhD student of the Art and Design department at the School of Economics. She's going to speak about multimedia and the implementation of bodily practices in the young art in Russia. We've spoken about so many issues. We spoke about various issues, and now we're turning to contemporary art. Anna, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for some interfering noises because I am right now at the office. So the multimedia field for the implementation of the bodily practices in the young art in Russia. This is the thesis that I wrote for my MA, and I would like to build a bridge to my PhD. So I'm going to share my research with you. The individual's body attracts our attention because in the late modern, it became very important for identification of the person, and there are some areas of art that are particularly important for the bodily practices. We begin to reconsider some old symbols, and I am here giving you the image of Saint Sebastian, and I think this is somewhat a very interesting image today, and continuity in art is very important. Of course, it is interesting that, sometimes I have to reply what contemporary art is, and I really hope that we'll have a wonderful discussion later on. Now, a little bit about history before I turn on to speaking about artists whose practices I analyze. I think this is a very important work. It's a work by classic. So these are classics of performance and actionism. I also think that Russian conceptualism would be interesting for you. Body is a very interesting kind of material. People work with it differently. Sometimes we work with our body, we as artists, I mean. So artists work with their bodies and they perform certain actions over it. For instance, Rudolf Schwarzkoller is an actionist from Vienna, or performance artist. Some of his projects were dangerous even, and as for Maria Abramovich, she is, I think she made a very interesting work on kissing in the metro, and she herself kissed a policewoman. And I think, especially in Russia, it is a very provocative topic. I chose a classical work. It's the energy I've become. It is the work with the body, and it is a sort of a union. The body yet is still one of the objects, just one aspect of the work. There is one more important contemporary art group in Russia. It's the War or Vojna group. They are engaged in a very, let's say, contemporary form of actionism. There was a work connected to the police law. And I think that these artists found their own way of working with the body. They themselves interact with a body of a non-prepared or maybe prepared viewer. I'm now going to show you the works that I personally engaged with. I think here you would think that I have only women or female artists, but it wasn't done on purpose, honestly. So these are works created or made by arts students from Rostov-on-Don school. I also had works done by people from Baza Institute. I also, and one more from the Contemporary Art Institute. The artist Alisa Smorodina, she works with installations, and she is the alumni of the Rodchenko Institute as well as the British School of Design. She explores the position of an artist as someone who builds bridges between the work and the viewer. She's provided many workshops on different issues. I even managed to attend one and was very interesting. The work that you see on the screen is called ABC Survival. So people wore a certain image on their body, and it could be read by a mobile app. After you collected this image, you could read a secret message. The artist taps into the issue of protection of our messages in the public sphere or in public areas. Her work seems to reference certain print systems. These are the prints that early Christians used, similar to that. One more work is by Elena Alicenko. It is called The Zone. It was made in 2019, prior to coronavirus pandemic. The Zone was exhibited at the Baza Institute. People could also use the chat to interact with the work and to engage with the artists. People had to go online. The artist herself was in her apartment in one of the rooms. To engage with her, you had to put on the audited reality glasses. You could even move across the room, but when you take them off, then nothing is saved and you have to begin from the very beginning. I studied a lot of other performances where people isolate themselves in a public or not public space, and they make an experiment with solitude or self-isolation. One more thing that I think is to talk about is covered by another work. It is a work that is called Stalk, and it is done by the same artist, Elena Alicenko. She puts on the VR helmets. She is the artist is from the city of Kazan. And the person wearing this VR helmet can track the movement of people in the city. And any visitor could agree to taking part in this experiment. This work raises one more important issue today. It's the issue of security in the internet. We don't even understand how visible we are because of the gadgets and devices that we.
И работа, связанная с тем, насколько мы зависим также от наших телефонов. Это работа, в которой некоторое количество перформеров подключается к чату, в котором они получают указания о том, что им нужно сделать и как им нужно взаимодействовать друг с другом, со зрителем или с пространством.
And the virtual world wins over the real world, and we can see that the network prevails over our real lives and interferes into our actions that we take. in our life. And there is another, Anna, sorry, we have only 2 minutes left. Well, briefly, I will tell you about two artists. Sorry for that. Okay, a few words about this work. It's a graduation work with mediators giving excursions around the expositions, but at the same time, they posed questions related to security online and on people handling different types of information. It's another move to bring people to the issues that can rarely pose to themselves. It's the question about feeling secure online, about handling information, about being able to hide, to disappear from the internet for some period of time, or how to track the information that appears online and the information about us. And I will sum up with a story about the performance work of Andrei Minasheva. And there are quite a number of pages devoted to the works of this artist in my research. And she works with showing how people in psychological wards are isolated. And she speaks about things that are rarely broached. And she has her VR headset on, and in fact, she sees the wards of a loony house, and people tell her what to do and where to go. And actually, the strangest result of this campaign is actually her founding herself at the Red Square. And this is actually the new development of this campaign. And another performance of Catherine shows how people can believe that other people's lives is a game. It's the game called Russia 2020, and it is about the depression some people had, and the actions made by this artist received some requests from people to act in a different way, to make some actions. Some of them are dangerous, some of them were not pleasant. And for example, she had to lay on the ground with a loop on her neck, or drink a bottle of vodka. So there were different actions she had to take. The campaign was not finished because the viewers who liked the story in the first hand, they finally could not interact with the participants because it turned out to be very difficult psychologically. And I believe it's important to say that there are performances with a beginning, with the end, that are limited in space. And on the other hand, there can be performances that have the same baseline, can finally result in something different. These are the trends and prospects. You can read all of them. I'm not going to spend time on elaborating on this. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for speeding everyone up, but this is actually what I have to do. And so please, colleagues, we have a minute or a couple of minutes for comments and questions. And I have a question. On the one hand, I really liked your presentation. It's something new, indeed. It's a new space of modern artistic practices. But my question is the following. Maybe you will somehow reflect on that in the future. So when you show VR projects and position themselves as body practices, and we haven't heard actually it whether it is a search for some new corporeality or an attempt to identify the body in a new digital space, because as Darkusha said, by creating conceptualism. So he said that all the art in general is conceptual. Maybe you will comment on that. Yes, I'm afraid I had to say it when I was delivering my remarks. Thank you for your question. All VR related projects are related to the transition of physical reality to digital reality. I have spoken about Avatar, about account picture on numerous occasions. I'm interested in whether we will be able to get access to our virtual bodies online. We can be in several places at the moment and feel different feelings. Does anyone say about this? Does anyone say about digital body? Does anyone reflect on this? I'm going to conduct a research on that. It is quite interesting. There have been some recent publications made by Irina Sirotkina. She is indeed interested in this. Yes, such people are close to us. Heroes are close to us. We can see it ongoing. That's a good thing. Colleagues, are there any other comments? Anya? No? Okay. So we believe we can make a reference list. Yes, I believe it's very interesting. It's very relevant. Okay, colleagues, I suggest that we enter the comments and questions in the chat. So we move on. There are 6 reports left. We make no breaks. We are working actively. And I would like to give the floor to Anastasia Alokhina, a multidisciplinary artist. She works in the New Tretyakov Gallery and the British High School of Design, and her report is called The Search for Identity Through Artistic Practices, Addition, Modification and Decoration of the Body. Anastasia, are you with us? Okay, hello. You can share the screen with us. No limits, no restrictions, please. Okay, a few words about myself. I will introduce myself, tell you what I'm doing, then I will show you the presentation and I will move to the report. So once again, my name is Anastasia Lukhina. I'm a media artist and I'm working with the technological art. And in my works, I use technologies as a medium quite often. But the topic that I have been investigating is actually corporeality and everything associated with it, namely identity, the perception of the body and illnesses, the representation of the body, the future of corporeality, the category of the beautiful, and many other things. So my report is actually has already been mentioned by Liudmila, and I'm going to address my experience, to talk about the experience of other artists who have been investigating this area. And I'm going to answer the question, which is why it is very important for people to identify themselves, to represent themselves. And this trend is quite obviously felt over the past decades amid the high popularity of the media, of social networks, and the people have been trying to search for their own identity, the identity of others, and new mythologies appear. We can see new translation of new codes and signals, and people's bodies transform. And in my artists' activities, I try to go ahead of the time and create the scenarios of the corporeality and the beautiful, taking into account the trends in the existential trends of society's development. And I have opted for the technologies, and I invent different devices that can be worn on our bodies. They somehow complement the functions of our bodies and complement them. And I'm going to show you some artistic projects that raise the questions related to people's identities with constructing the personality. And I would like to compare them with the philosophy and the history of the body. Okay, can you see the presentation? Yes, we can. So just a second. Yeah, I can press the play button. Okay, you've done that. So in the first place, the story of the body is the story of humans' relations with the body, and in different periods it was different. And if in the Middle Ages till the 17th century, the body was perceived as a place where different influences, cosmic energy, the divine forces meet. Say from the 17th century, when new technologies appeared, new relationships emerged, and people's bodies were compared with the work of watches, organs, different mechanisms. It loses the mystic aerial, and it moves to the laws of physics, to the levers and other mechanisms, and bodies are treated differently, and people understand that bodies should be washed and cleaned. And since the 18th century, the French society tried to clean the inner parts of the bodies. And in the 19th century, the logics has tried to describe the motor mechanisms of the body, taking into account the physics, and the information logics of the 20th century compares the brains with a computer which operates a great number of operations per second and is operated with the electrical current, and there are comparisons like that. And the same is true for the 21st century. The cybernetics adds to the vision with the spread of neural networks, and we can quite often see the comparison of a brain with the neural networks, and the body is not a mechanism, it's not a computer, it's simultaneously difficult and perfect. It's ideal, and it is described from the point of view of different discoveries and technologies, but it becomes morally outdated as soon as the person perceived outside the nature. He has started to, or she has started to improve it, to clean it, to set it in a way that he or she wants it to. And it is a difficult product of social economic models, but the desire to change the body through different practices of invasive, conceptual, or simple ones is not only a result of civilizational and social factors, but it is actually something inherent to us. And I always want to ask the question, what are the limits that we can go to perceive ourselves and our images? This is actually the question posed by the first project called Pearl. And everyone has its own limits, but at the same time, there are some common limits beyond which the society cannot go at a certain period of time. And if the society has got used to the silicon implants or some other invasive modifications. Everyone is very afraid of the GMO. It is actually what we fear, and the statistics of vaccination in Russia shows that we are afraid of such things. But it's, at the same time, cultural norms change, and new requests and demands appear dependent on his or her appearance. And I believe that in the future, this will be related to not only to the color of the eyes, to the haircut, to something that we can influence now, but to our inner space, including bones and biological fluids like saliva, like tears, and slime. So what if a person can change the color of the fluids using special coloring techniques? It could become a new internet trend. For example, pearl like saliva and ejaculate, and given the fact that Instagram users have become very flamboyant, this is probably what they would demand. The limits of tabooed things have changed, and we can suppose that in the future, something that is prohibited or perceived as prohibited today will not be like that in the future. This will be an instrument of representation of our bodies. And I have come up with a speculative project about a pharmaceutical future, and having consulted with biologists, so we have come up with an idea that we'll be able to create a pearl color on the basis of aragonite, which is a mineral that dyes mollusks and makes the shell look like a pearl. It is hardly it can hardly be reached by pharmaceutical companies today, but still it is actually the question that we pose to a broader public. We would like to learn how they can perceive this modification. This is the case when something fundamental like medicine or science serves something momentary and something that can change very instantly. And it is actually what medicine has started to do, and plastic surgery has accounted for a large proportion of all the services provided by medicine. And we can see clearly that people treat fashion, body fashion, very seriously. And if we take a closer look, we will find that the questions of self-identification and self-representation realized through such absurd manipulations with the body root to philosophical existential questions that I will say about a little bit later. If we talk about the limits of people's bodies, I can mention Orlan, who is an artist, and she became popular by the performance, a series of performances, when she used the plastic surgery opportunities as a new artistic means. So she started it back in 1990s, and she has transforming the face. She has been transforming it and changing it, and as a result of one of the surgeries, she got horns from silicone implants that are used for improving the form of skulls, of cheekbones. She hasn't become younger, but she has lost the perception of the age. We cannot say how old is she. She's like something artificial, something created, an organism that changes constantly, that changes its identity all the time. And when we started to speak about surgeries, I think we should speak about the aesthetics of an illness which has always been romanticized by fashion and by literature, and some features of illness became instruments for creating one's own style and personality. And we should say that till the 18th century, it was not quite common to construct his or her image, and people were guided by social norms that were in line with the surroundings. But after Romanticism, which was the end of the 18th, the beginning of the 19th century, we got an image of a romantic figure who opposes his or her unique identity or personality to the world. And under the influence of tuberculosis pandemic, we got an idea of the state of the body, and a new image of aristocratic appearance appeared. The illnesses were romanticized in different periods of time, included Byron's illnesses and hernia, and it was said that Thregra was an illness of the men, and madness has always been romanticized, has also been romanticized, and it is quite often that people tell they are bipolar just to become more famous, to attract more attraction. But by practicing this, a person should be young and attractive. And I have come up a very interesting example in one of the articles when the author writes that the hallucinations make her a desired muse, but the hallucination of a old man make the old man just an old man. This romantic image of an illness has nothing to do with an illness itself. We should get rid of everything uncomfortable and leave only something that is lofty and high. And if fashion brings us once again to the illness, with the advance of the technologies, we'll have less illnesses, but it doesn't mean that the fashion will stop using illnesses as an image, but it will have a right to limit and control some features of the illness, forgetting about how people look like when they are ill. And now I would like to say a few words. Anastasia, we have only 2 minutes left. Yes, I keep the track of time. I just want to have some time to talk about the projects and then move to the conclusion, which will be the answer to the main question. So the first project is called Ultra Maria. These are electronic jewelries, decorations that people wear on the teeth, and they can glow. And conceptually, the project can be limited to the name a future jewelry or jewelry from the future, but I was inspired by the Romanticism when the red color on the cheeks was perceived as fever, as a woman having tuberculosis. And during the project, it was important for me to understand whether viewers, whether people believe this is beautiful. And I have got feedback from people. Some liked the glasses, and some of them believed they would order that, but no one liked the decoration of the teeth or for the nose. And another project, Red Pixel. It's an electronic mask that imitates the spots on the face. This is the eruption on the face, so to say. Since they are controlled by a person, they become aesthetic, and all things that are true for an illnesses are true for other undesirable phenomena like acne, for example, or wrinkles. So I'm moving to the conclusion, and I would like to say something that will be an answer to the question why it is so important. Why is it so important for people to identify, represent themselves? The answer is not exhaustive, but it is clear and short. I have come across it in Boris Grossman's book. He has touched upon it while saying about the importance of a critical theory. But this excerpt, which is very brief, turned out to be very important to me. And Gross says that we cannot perceive our body, its position in the space and the material processes, including chemical, economic, sexual, political, psychological, that are inside the body and around it. And it means that we cannot conduct a reflection in the spirit of the philosophical imperative, learn about yourself. We cannot, or know yourself. We are not able to see when we die and when we are born, and we need another to understand it. And only this another's understanding will allow us to understand that I can feel, I can sense something, I will die, and I was born. And since I cannot understand whether I have died or not, I cannot understand myself living. But others can perceive me as a person that is born and a person that has died. And in this way, we can understand why we are striving to understand our identity, to understand who we are, and construct our image. And obviously represented through different cultural and social signs. So the underlying cause is a fear of non-existence, of understanding that you are no one without other people's perception of you. So this is the reason why we are so important for ourselves. This is it. Thank you.
We've been speaking about the gaze, and we tried to counterpose it to the touch, and to speak about what is more truthful here. I think that this project is rather curious, and I'd like to use my right to ask a question. It seems that this works could have some commercial potential because they explore two issues: our perception of the body, and then our take on attractiveness. You spoke about cheeks and cheekbones, and this is something that people really like to see. So do you think that it is possible to commercialize it somehow? Because even in the area of digital clothes or other areas of augmented reality, I think it could have a potential. Yeah, I've been struggling with this issue for a long time because there are requests and of course they're not the large scale ones to launch some sort of production of my own accessories, but some people might even speak about that. It is not so easy because I think I'd have to be more of a merchant or a businesswoman, and I don't think I am that way, because to make something for sale, you really have to be a specific kind of person. So I would probably stop my research or artistic practice. And for me, it is something I can hardly do. But I am trying to find my own audience, and Crocodile brand wanted to work with me to do something for them. So there are sometimes collaborations with fashion industry, but I don't know right now whether you can really make something, you know, to make that industrially. For instance, the cheeks that we talked about, this is something that you have to adjust with your jaw. The technology was really hard, and you have to make them, you have to customize them, and it's not so easy to put them on the production line. And but yet I'm thinking about this. Yeah, it's something that you might have on the back of your mind too. More words. I really liked your project because I sort of felt mesmerized by them. As for the illness, I think the metaphor of illness is a global one, because there is a certain morphological distortion, and we are afraid of the structural breakdowns. But it is also a metaphor for what is happening in the world today. There is a work by Susan Sontag, and it's called Illness as Metaphor. Yeah, I actually have it on my reading list. It is a really interesting work. And then there is one more essay by Yulia Kristeva. It's an essay on aversion. She there she explores the issue of fluids, and I think that what you showed was also interesting, that you could you know, use saliva as a kind of communication. I think in each of your projects there are so many aspects, and some of the ways that you found are very interesting, and I think you can explore these various tracks, because we can still speak about many issues. Yes, I agree, and thank you for your interesting comment. It is really hard to put everything in a talk, because we're speaking about the concept of the beautiful and the ugly or the awful or repulsive, and I would really like to cover all these various aspects, because there is a certain fear of illness, and I think that is why it is an important area. I myself have been ill many times in my childhood, and I'm trying to explore this borders between the illness or being being in a normal state. I think this is a social aspect is really interesting, and I think I'll have a lot more to explore for the rest of my life. I thought that this marries well with what we are talking today about, because we can speak about the ill body or a healthy body, and our first impression is something that we get from the appearance, and then we begin to touch and feel, because not all of us have the scanning instruments. So it is interesting how we acquire knowledge at different levels. I think with the beautiful, it is also in the same. I think there is this sort of fringe state or marginal state. Irina spoke about an essay by Kristeva, and I think this is a very interesting one, and it could also fit together with what we're discussing today, because what we're discussing today is a very broad topic. One more comment. What I really like as regards artistic practices, we are sort of dictated to for what is beautiful and what is acceptable, and the artist enjoys possibility of influencing the trends or influencing common perceptions, and they might produce a trend or change fashion. So we are sort of broadening the horizons and undermining the norms. Sara is very active, commenting on the talks as regards the commercial potential.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so difficult, isn't it? When if you're producing something, and I think it's a really interesting question, Louisa, about the commercial, whether you can make it into product, but I don't know, for me, it's so problematic, isn't it, Anastasia? It changes everything. It changes everything. And you're right. I did own a shop once, and I tell you what, I was rubbish at it. Because, I knew about fashion and I like dressing people, but, I did it, but we didn't make any money. But it sort of changes things. And I think what's really interesting in research is process and keeping process as the value and not worrying about the end thing in certain ways. But, that said, like Louisa said, it's still something to really think about. I just suddenly thought about Eckhart, I think I've spelled that wrong, Eckhart Tolle, who's a sort of spiritual philosopher guy, and he talks about the pain body, which he talks about, spiritual sense, but it's like, I don't know, I just suddenly thought about that after listening to your really, interesting presentation about that idea of using illness, but the fact that it's an emotional pain body, really, and it's a funny way of expressing that, isn't it? It's all sort of like, but it's almost the pain body of culture, of our whole world. Anyway, yeah, really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, we were sort of mixing Russian and English, but I think this is very good for your bibliography. Thank you very much. And then also speaking about commercial success, of course, it might distort your process. In Japan, for instance, they're saying that this is what is happening. Yeah, in Japan, definitely. I think there is one more interesting story potentially. If we speak about different cosplaying and other initiatives, so there are some explorations on the fringes, on the margins, and then all of that sort of becomes mainstream. Nastia, thank you very much for your presentation, and we can move on now. I'm going to give the floor to the PhD student, Elizaveta Ivanova. She's going to speak about the digital body that we already referenced. this digital body and the strategies of moving and the fashion shows into the digital space as regards the collection presentations for 2020-2021. Elizabeth, you have the floor. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you see the presentation? Just a second. Yes, please. Today I'm going to speak about catwalks and how they are transferred to the digital space. When we're speaking about catwalks, we might think about models walking on the podium and people who are looking at them from the audience. But the pandemic somehow had to change the way it is held. And I would like to see what other brands did to bring the catwalk into the digital space. First of all, I should say that catwalk is a ritual in fashion. It doesn't produce anything material, and yet it changes the trends. It structures the trend and the fashion year, and that influenced the production in industries where a lot of people are employed and where a lot of money is invested. As for aesthetics, it doesn't concern only the dress, but also the body and even the walk. Besides that, catwalks form communities and they're important for networking. In catwalk, everything is important, what happens before and what happens after it. Because people come to fashion capitals, there are photographers everywhere, and they want to take pictures of trendsetters. It is the place where the street style trends are formed. Another thing that is important is what happens during the catwalk. The guests are very important and that they are there alive. It is a way to initiate a designer or to make them recognized on the world map of design. That is why it is important to transmit the vision of the brand and its aesthetics. There also should be important figures from the fashion community. They bring their symbolic value to the catwalk. The schedule for fashion weeks is rather tight and people have to choose from the set of designers, and this kind of choice is a recognition by fashion establishment that opens big prospects, big career prospects for designers. The audience and the guests, that is something that provides people with a very charged and dense experience. If we compare the number of views of catwalks on computers and to the presence on the live show is of course very different. These experiences are very different, as you can compare it to going to a real concert or to watching it online. Besides the visual and audio experience, there is also the kinesthetic experience of the viewer, because they feel the volume, they feel the distance between objects. They have a real experience. for the catwalk, it's important to form or shape a community, and then also to have a particular experience. Amidst the pandemic, we've seen a lot of restrictions put in place, and they prevent holding catwalks in a traditional way, because it means that a lot of people have to take part in it. Preparing the fashion show implies the collective work of many individuals. We know that makeup artists and models come to fashion capitals, and because of the closure of borders, it couldn't be done. So now we're going to see some of the examples how these difficulties were overcome. The restrictions made the fashion shows be transformed in three ways. So the first one, there is the traditional format, and everything can be seen online only. Another format is the fashion film. So there they have a narrative, and they use different cinematic features that they use. And the last thing is a fashion show game, where the fashion show is produced in the format of a game. One first example is the Mugler's presentation. They made a fashion film. As you can see from the illustration, Beva Hadid, a supermodel, she had to go through scanning. The presentation was supposed to be held in Paris, and Bella was in New York. When the pandemic broke out, she was in New York. So there she had to be 3D scanned. And the data obtained after the 3D scanning, it was sent to Paris. They made their 3D avatar, and they put her video in the campaign video of Megler. So this is her avatar. I'm now going to show you a short clip from this film with the model, where you can see how Bella Hadid's avatar moves. No sound. Since it's a 3D avatar, you can turn it into a Pegasus. So what can be said about it? The plasticity of the avatar's movement is very different from the plasticity that the real model has. Even though they tried to imitate the walk of Bella, it was really hard, and we can say that neither her look nor her walk are the same. But people who made the movie didn't want to imitate the reality completely, because there were real models in the show, and they were aware of this combination. Another example is the fashion show game by Kalina Strada. It's called Kalina Land. It is a game that has 5 levels. In this game, the characters are wearing the clothes designed by the brand. The models were 3D scanned in the looks of the brand, because Bella Hadid, she went through it naked, but they are already wearing the clothes. Then they were moved into the game, and there the plasticity of their movements was borrowed from the real existing games. So let me show you the video. They're all moving in the same fashion, nothing individual is there. You can see their jumps or the way they run. They really, they bend forward strongly, they move their arms a lot. It's something that we all see in regular games. All the characters, even though they look differently, they move the same. One more important thing is that regardless of their moves being very typical, but still people who are going to play this game and they can turn the head of their characters, and it seems that their experience is more rich than just watching a video because they can really play and engage, so their experience is more kinesthetic. One more example is another fashion show game by Balenciaga. This game used a different technology. It's the CGI technology. This is also a walking game. It's got 5 levels. Here they sort of use a technique of the subjective camera, which means that we are viewing everything through the eyes of the character. All the people that we encounter wearing Balenciaga clothes. So it is close to a fighting game. This game allows us to look in different directions. The arrows direct us, and we can find where we want to go. There are also different videos that are put in between the levels. There we can see more movements, but they are made outside the gameplay. These are not the movements that our character makes, but they are what we see as a video. So this is one of the examples. What's important to say here, the fashion show game practice is something new for fashion industry, because before we used to see CGI models and 3D models, but and they are made CGI. How is it different from 3D? It may not have any real prototypes for them, or they can use various inspirations. So CGI is something that allows us to bypass using models in the show. As I said in the beginning, one important issue is the real presence, and that is important both for the fashion community and for the experience. The fashion show game format provides a very different kind of experience. But it seems that this format doesn't even try to imitate the catwalks. Fashion show games want to be close to reality, and the lack of kinesthetic experience is compensated for by the active engagement in the game. It seems obvious that these fashion show games don't even really want to demonstrate clothes, but they want to transmit the aesthetics of the brand and some of its values. Galina Strada game is built on such values as environment and tackling climate change. Everything is green. There are a lot of animals, and you can take care of plants. Balenciaga brand has a different aesthetics. It's the urban aesthetic of a city. You can see that people are wearing sunglasses. They look tough. If you walk across these different areas, you can also see the posters where there are some values of the company, like protect the planet or defend our oceans, protect our oceans. What else did I want to say? Oh, these projects invite new professionals to the area because they tend to be more tactile and material. And it seems that the older audience doesn't want to engage with fashion show games. They're more conservative, even though we know that eventually everything will be digitalized. Today, taking into account the restrictions, the brands are trying, they're exploring what the response of the audience would be, whether they can present their collections in the digital format. Well, let's wait and see. Right now, it is clear that this format is not really popular, and probably it will take some time for it to become popular. Balenciaga has experimented with CGI models several times, and they like to explore the digital. But for us to move there completely, there should be technologies that would enrich the experience of the viewer so that the experience can be really close to what is produced in the real space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting report, many examples, and the most important question that you have posed to yourself is us being able to be present at fashion shows. It is indeed a luxury, the ability to go shopping really rather than virtually due to restrictions that we have had. These are the restrictions of our basic fundamental needs of wearing clothes, of buying clothes. Colleagues, are there any comments or questions? Anastasia? Yes, thank you. Elizaveta, thank you very much for your interesting report. I have a question. Do you know some Russian startup launches, Ulivar Studio? I have seen something similar on one of the slides. They have been dealing with CGI models, with VR. So, do you know someone? Yeah, I have heard about them. It's quite interesting, these virtual models. It raises many ethical questions, and just for a minute, I will show that to you. So, can you see that? This is Shudagram, a South African CGI model, and it is the creator of this model, Cameron James Wilson. their life experience is very, very different. And the fact that he created her and he has been translating some values through her is not quite honest, because he has no idea about her life, about her experience and the experience of a Black woman. And this is actually why there are many questions to CGI models. Yes, that was a good point. But as for Malabar Studio, I know that there is a woman making posts on behalf of Oriana Paul, and I think this is not that big gap between them, but it's just something that is coming into life. It is only a comment rather than a question. You can Google and I can Google too. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Comments or questions? Yes, a comment, quite small one. Elizabeth, when you said that the character walks in a strange way, I just feel that it seems to me that it's not a designer that created this kind of walk, but they have just bought the walk like that. They are available in special video databases. And in the first part, when you spoke about live presence, have you used Corona Evans' work about the poetics of a fashion show? You mean the mysterious action? Yes, this is actually what I'm talking about. This is about the history of modern fashion shows. This is something you can draw upon. Yes, indeed. Although it's quite an old one, it has become already classics. Yes, indeed. As far as the walk is concerned and the games in the walk, well, evidently it has not been customized. But as far as Bella Hadid is concerned, her walk has been imitated. It is a top model and she has her style. And even if in the interview with Casey Carlavado, he said that he wanted to keep the eye, the eyes and the walk. They didn't want to replace it with avatar. They wanted her to be there, to be real. So this is the reason why they wanted to imitate her. Yes, I agree. Although being published many decades ago, the work that you have cited is something that is and should be done. It is like someone quoting Lotman when studying Pushkin's works. Okay, as for imitation and mimicking, quite interestingly, you have said about databases. If they do exist, how this walk is called? Is it a model's walk? How is it called? Yes, it's quite interesting. We should pose the question to designers, because quite recently I have watched Maria Shevchenko's speaking, and she said that you can buy such kind of walk. It's quite cheap. It's actually cheaper than spending several hours trying to get the walk you need. Yes, indeed. It's quite interesting. Actually, we speak much about the walks. And Lisa, have you compared such signature walks? Yes, well, the silhouette is the same, but it seems that it moves her hips quite a lot. Yeah, we can see many comments from Sarah.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that because somebody, Fiona Candy, did a project around sort of senses and genes, I think. And she had all these images of people, she used silhouettes and sort of images of people's stance. But what I felt, I found it really problematic because I think what happened is she was then getting people to look at these sort of abstract, almost figurative images and make assumptions about their identity. And I don't know, I think there's something really difficult and challenging about this idea of mimicking or, I don't know, buying walks. And I think there could be a tendency that we then stereotype because the reality of people walking is very different, and that might, it might change every time. It's a fluid thing. I don't know. I just suddenly sort of thought that.
Yes, Marcel Mauss, for example, has worked on the concept of the techniques of the body. Yes, I have recalled a Russian saying, I will understand whether he is my lover when I look at how he walks. Elizaveta, thank you very much. The topic is very interesting, and it is actually the PhD research that Elizaveta has been working on. It's part of it. And now you can not limit the whole research into 20 minutes, unfortunately. So we are looking forward to listening to you, to your new projects. Thank you very much. We are moving forward and welcome, please, Daria Martinova. Just a second. I'm looking for the program in Russian. So Daria Martinova, St. Petersburg Academy of Arts, ITMO University, and Estonian Academy of Arts. So we have moved to another topic, but actually we have spoken much about medicine, and some medical topics emerge all the time. So the report is called Hysteria as a Strategy of Representation in the Art of France in the Second Half of the 19th Century. Daria, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you. I'm going to share your screen. So good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the conference and for the introduction. So my report is connected with my PhD research, and I'm dealing with the representation of stylistic bodies in the art, and I'm going to say a few words about hysteria. It is related to to the discourse related to hysteria, and it has established for many years, and we have such phrases as a person a hysterical girl, for example, or hysterical behavior, and it depends on the strategies of representation of the 19th century. The illness itself appeared at that very period, and the research of hysteria began to accumulate in the 80s, and it is due to Mr. Foucault, who described hysteria as the process of aestheticization of illness. And the realists, writers like Guy de Maupassant, who devoted a text to hysteria. Unfortunately, it hasn't been translated neither into Russian nor into English. And Charcot was believed to be the founder of hysteria, creator of theater of hysteria. So we use two theories, oculocentrism and foculocentrism, which is devoted to the perception of psycho, and the art of psycho psychiatric accommodation and illnesses cannot be represented. This is the reason why different speculations appear. They are connected with the physiognomy, and many of you remember people who simulated hysteria with use of electronic devices. Mr. Sharkov follows the same route, and he insists that patients would copy the postures, the postures on the canvases to represent, to reproduce different theatrical gestures and poses. And thanks to Charcot's discus, we can speak about deconstruction of Abbey Warburg, because I think that everyone is aware of Mnemosina's Atlas, and who were borrowed from Charles Darwin's works. This is about emphatic gestures that allows us to represent and express emotions in one structure or manifestation. This is actually why we speak about the problem of influence, the problem of control, and it is connected with the psychological problems cannot be expressed, and this is the reason why psychological pathologies are stigmatized. And we can recall the depressive discourse that is correlated with the hysterical discourse, and this is the problem of a strategy of representation. This is the photo. I'm not going to speak about it right now, but in the 80s, it is actually photographs that were studied, and many researchers believe that hysteria was a proto-performance, proto-happening, and I believe it included 3 acts of creating a hysterical performance that correlated with panopticon discourse. Here you can see how the contemporaries saw the reconstruction of the hysterical body. Unfortunately, researchers do not study Paul Richer in the reconstruction of the representation, but it was actually him who allowed for the penetration of this stylistic and hysterical body into the art. Paul Richer created the alphabet of illnesses, where the letters of the alphabet are poses. For example, Maynard's dances were connected with the hysterical poses, and hysterical poses and postures became part of conventions and works on art. Then these ones are connected with religious exaltation. Then hysterical paroxysm, which actually guises orgasm, which is related to the problem of touch, of hysteria. Why is it the problem of touch? Because feet, as you can understand, was constructed by the hands of a doctor who guided a person, who defined the postures through hypnosis or through manipulation with the body of the patient, which caused problems. By touching, he could provoke hysterical paroxysm, and the same was true for public demonstrations. There are many by memories of the contemporaries who recalled them coming to the hospitals and seeing people taking different postures there. Why was it? Why was hysteria the illness of the 19th century? Many authors wrote about it. It was in France and in Germany. It was connected with healthcare centers' fight against the church. They fought for the disciplinary authorities, and the medicine used the church's method by exposing the madness and things like that, and by copying the canvases of different masters For example, this is the strategy of representation of the body. This is the arc that you can see, hysterical arc. This which coincides with the static gesture according to Weinberg. This is a closer view, and thanks to Richer, these bodies became a work of art. For example, Auguste Rodin, by creating sculptures like that, he created a modern hell, modern neurosis, drawing upon hysteria. These are Rodin's sketches as well. This is a special posture. I don't know how to translate it into Russian. It's like collage, or it's like sketches. So application when he made composition out of several watercolor paintings, and he copies Paul Richer's illustrations, making it part of art discourse. Why did he need that? There was a dispute about the artistic and objective due to the appearance of photography. I think everyone knows about Liston's objectivity work, but it influenced a lot upon the hysteria. And if we go back to religious discourse and the fight of church and the medicine and the work, the madness appeared, and patients were treated, actually mistreated in hospitals, and doctors have started to use images that they saw in the art. The danseurs de Sangha actually inspired many of them, and I also spoke about Rubens, who was copied. And if we look at it closer, it's actually Peter Bruegel's The Elder, and the favorite model of Toulouse-Lautrec, Jeanne Avril. We can also say here that it's again the discourse of hysterical body, which is an ideal container of the expression of something that we cannot explain. And the hysterical body was something that allowed to bypass the censure. And the hysterical discourse was used here and there. And Jeanne Avril used this dance of Saint-Vit to express some social message. And apart from that, Paul Richer used the posture of praying and crucifixion. He paid attention to Santa Teresa's sculpture of Bellini, and he explained her transverberation with some psychological disorders. And if we speak about touch, we can say that some ideas could be imposed on patients, especially if patients were sensitive enough. Such words as Satan could be put on their backs, and it was very popular in France, and it influenced Felicien Robes's art, who uses this arc or these images in his works. And here you can see how the historical theater worked. It was it included three stages. First stage is the preparation, when a body was demonstrated to the doctors. They played with the body, and then they publicly demonstrated. Here you can see Marie Blanche Whitman, the favorite Charcot's patient, who copies Richer's picture. So she is sad what she has to do. And this resulted in the Madness Ball, which was an official event, which is also related to the discourse of vision in the second half of the 19th century, it was impossible to look at a nude body, and there were anatomical museums for that, but psychiatrists also took advantage of that. You could never see patients wearing strict clothes, conservative clothes. They neither had no clothes at all or some loose clothes. And women's bodies were demonstrated at madness balls, which was an official event that took place during the Lent, and everyone came to this madness ball and to see people changing postures, especially women changing their postures at the wave of the hand of a doctor, and they wore special costumes. Sorry, we have only 2 minutes left, Daria. So, for example, this witch would simulate the crucifixion posture, and some others would imitate other postures dependent on their costumes. And then surrealism artists wrote about that as well. This is the highest form of the unconsciousness. It is reflected in the surrealist practices. For example, this is the three-stage structure of the hysterical performance, and it can influence our modern artists as well. Here you can see the performance artist Margi Monka, who I have interviewed once, and she is interested in historical discourse. She created a series called The Establishment of Bourgeoisie, and she explains Lacan's concept implying that there should be a boss and a patient, which is represented by her and her mother, and it resulted in a drama like this. And finally, I would like to say that hysterical discourse has many aspects, and unfortunately I didn't manage to tell you everything I know about that, but hopefully you have got the understanding of how these visual characteristics appeared in the art. And so thank you. Daria, thank you very much for the report. It's quite interesting, and it is interesting how different topics entwine, and speaking about different things, we actually more or less speak about topics that are close to one another. And I would like to comment on the first report, on the Furse's report, because there was something close.
Shall I speak? Thank you. Thank you so much, Daria. And I find I've actually worked with hysteria for 20 years and just published a book on it. So it's very much my terrain, but you're doing something very different. And I really appreciate what you're doing with connecting the kind of trajectory from the Charcottian hysteria to works of art and so on. But in terms of touch, I want to raise some important things, because there's several things you said that I'm not quite clear about. The very important thing about the hysteric touch that Charcot exerted was the hysterogenic points on the woman's body. And these were noted to be near the sexual organs, under the breast, and so on. And we have to remember that many of these hysteric patients were traumatized from sexual abuse. So they came already hysterical, unable to speak about their sexual abuse, and hysteria becomes the language of protest against their condition. So when they are then subjected into this hysterical theatre, as you rightly called it, and are touched in public and private on these very parts of their body that are such taboo, they explode with the attack. So that's the one important point. The other point, which I'm not quite sure whether you meant, whether I misunderstood you, but I think you're absolutely right that Charcot's hysterics learnt to perform their hysteria, but it was a self-perpetuating art machine. They were uneducated. They didn't look at works of art outside of the hospital. They were completely trained within the artworks that were being, the laboratory of the Psy art within the hospital. And I think those are the main points I wanted to say, that I think your work is fantastic and I'd love to talk to you more. I come at it very much from a sort of, you know, a feminist story of abuse in my understanding of Charcot. And I'm also very interested in the relationship between Freud and his research with Charcot and how that kind of prompted psychoanalysis. So my case history has always been Augustine, not Blanche Whitman. But I think it's the popular culture and the culture within the hospital, the visual culture, that influenced the hysteric performance rather than the art world. I agree. I think that's one last thing, which is about the powerlessness, which is that because they were so powerless, uneducated and sexually abused, therefore trash in that society, they gained access to privilege in the hospital by being good hysterics, which is why they conformed and replicated the hysterical models, because they knew that would give them promotion, literally give them promotion. So it was it was an industry within the hospital that kind of perpetuated this whole machine.
So Alexander Malchenko, the PhD student of the High School of Economy, the Art and Design School. So we're moving to quite successful topics. So the body of the Soviet dead, practices of depicting death and dying in Russian cinema of the 1920s. Good afternoon. So we begin the demonstration. We share the screen. So I can start.
I'm going to, first of all, say that before the 1920s, the cinema seemed to show the killings or dying or some stories like the Mary of Scotland, 1905, and where they demonstrated, or the killing of an elephant by electricity. So cinema never ignored the issue of death. In 1917, there was the revolution. In 1919, the cinema was nationalized in Russia, and the Gosfilm, or the Ministry of Cinema, was formed, established. It controlled all the depiction of life and death of a Soviet person or of a human being. So I'm going to tell you about the transformation in depicting death after the revolution. Can we select some or speak about some patterns of image? Yes. Because death is something that has to be dealt with, and it's been transferred in various themes. There might be death that can begin a story. So either sometimes a narrative is began by a death scene. Why? It is very convenient. It allows to engage the audience very fast, to feel the dramatism of the situation, to get immersed into the conflict. So especially in silent cinema, that was really important. It was a very popular trope. So either that was a death of one person, or a death of many people, or collective death. But in this case, dying is important for the narrative, but those who are within the frame, they sympathize with the dying person, while the audience does not sympathize, because it is just a sign that serves as a catalyst for the events. And the person is never later referenced, and the person's body is rarely taken to the funeral, or at least we are not shown that, unless there was some person in the scene who could give a speech over somebody's grave. There is a movie by Ivan Mysteriani, The Red Devils. Here the trope was used in the film where they never go back to the issue of death. They don't problematize it. It's actually a comedy, or any movie can begin with death. So this movie of 1923 begins with this tragic scene. The quality is not very good, unfortunately. So they are killed by the people who came from the ambush, and the hero says that we should continue our proletarian revolutionary struggle, and then we never see him again. The similar scene is what we can find in a movie by Davzhenko, 1927. It is the bag of the diplomatic courier. So here it also is something that opens the movie. The dying person gives a speech, and then it goes away. We never see this person again. In the both movies that we spoke about, death doesn't come up later on. There might be some fighting, there might be running around, nobody really dies. Even the Red Devils movie is something that has a happy ending. Akhno is taken prisoner, but nothing bad really happens to them. So here in this last movie, they say that this man died as indignity, that it's a man and he was a Bolshevik. So this is the only thing that we know about him, that he was a Bolshevik. So this is something that might add some drama and sympathize, but it's similar beginning is something that we can see in many movies. So there might be a revolutionary of 1917 and they die, and then the story unfolds. This kind of framework does not mean any psychologizing, any emotional involvement. The only thing we get is an idea. So it is somewhat an ideal type that we see, not a real person. This is something that came from the pre-revolutionary aesthetics, where death was seen as the end of the conflict. This is another way of introducing death in the film. I'm not going to show some shocking clips to you. So going back to psychological aspects that were important to pre-revolutionary cinema. After the revolution, already in 1919, this movie was made by Alexander Sanin, who was sort of a counter-revolutionary. So here we see a moment of death of a peasant. He wanted to transfer the money and he loses the money. And since he is a drunkard and he likes debauchery, so he didn't want to comply with his the stereotypes that were common about him, that people thought about him, so he takes his own life. Protazanov, another director, in his film The Elite of 1924, demonstrates the same logic. There are two murders that come at the end of the conflict. That is the act of vengeance of a husband over his wife who committed adultery. One more very interesting film is a film by Goldsmiths Triberg of 1926, A Coat. So this is the final scene of the movie, which is called Overcoat. So there the person takes his own life as well. So these two opposing logics, the death at the beginning and the death at the end, seem not to converge with each other. But if we take a look at another movie, The Murder of General Grozny by Ivan Peristiani, he made lots of other films, one about the 3 soldiers of the Red Army. So in this movie, there is certain revolutionary logic, there is the pathos of propaganda. This is the very beginning of the film. It begins by a murder of a revolutionary. And from the very beginning, we can see that the use of this close-up and showing his body, we understand that it's not only an idea dying, but a real person. So the narrative tells us about the life of a person. His name is Arsène. It is a historical figure. This person also has all the features of a cinematic character. He has a lover, he has problems, he has his life. So this character is shown to us not as an idea, but as a real human being. Another interesting feature of this person's objectivation or reification is that he's being beaten up. At the very end, the person is executed. And we can even see the funeral. So we see a person as an idea and the person as a human being in the film. We emphasize, we feel together, we sympathize with the character, but at the same time, we also feel that there is this revolutionary proletarian idea embodied in him. Another interesting twist on using this framework can be found in Eisenstein, The Strike. It's a movie that begins with a death or a suicide of a worker. He is getting prepared for suicide. So there is a strong psychological dimension, and yet when he takes his own life, we see a different dimension. It is a living human being, and we see that his body is taken out of the loop, and there are 2 ways to develop this framework. So either the person is buried, or there is a speech given over his dead body, so that people, the revolutionaries will take vengeance, it will take their revenge, and so on. What happens in the movie is that there is the strike, and it's been clamped down on. Eisenstein uses a lot of shocking features and effects. So we are supposed to hear the address of at the funeral, but it is done at the very, very end of the film. So we've seen a lot of dead bodies and a lot of terrible, terrible things on the screen. So the last thing that we see on the screen is this sign, this inscription: remember that the proletariat has suffered greatly throughout the revolution and the civil war in the country. So the proletarians of that time should remember that they have a legacy, and that they... Alexander, sorry, we have 1 minute left. All right, so there are two more films that have similar logic. So the Battleship Potemkin and Mother, the two films that were used as strong propaganda, and they don't show any psychological dimension to us. The Soviet cinema by that time stops demonstrating emotions or personal feelings, but then it sort of emerges again in a film by Alexander Dovzhenko, Arsenal, 1929. At the end of the movie, there is a fighting scene, and there are a lot of people killed. There are ruins on the screen, and yet we are witness to the story of a character who doesn't even have a name, but still this person seems to be real. It's not only an embodiment of an idea, but it's a real Ukrainian revolutionary fighter who is executed at the end. And here we see that his body and his personality, as well as the idea that is behind him, it's everything that we see. And in this last scene, that he opens his chest for the executioners to fire at him, it is a very strong gesture, and we see the person and the idea together. So I think this is one more last thing. I think it was interesting to see how death being portrayed in revolutionary film, how it becomes more and more schematic, that depicting of a human being and human being's death becomes more and more symbolic. But by the end of 1920s, the physical mode comes back to the screens. I think that is the end. Alexander, thank you so much. The final slide is just absolutely great, inspiring. Thank you. I think it sort of brings our attention to a very difficult issue. Are there any comments or some follow-up questions? We have a minute or two. May I intervene? I know that Sasha's been working on this issue for a long time. It seems that when we are talking about the cinema of 1920s, it is really hard to withdraw from political ideas because the death is not transfer here, but it is an idea of a service, of duty. I, in my work, try to explore this ideological text, and I think that you really have to do that because in cinema, some of the historical and political aspects would have to be spoken about, and you might have to give us some historical context. I think your examples are just wonderful, but then the conceptualization is something that you might need. Of course, history and philosophy are important, but I wanted to show that regardless of the propaganda, all the films use similar models. Regardless of what we are trying to propagate, we still would apply similar models. So there might be movies where there is a lot of death, where there is not so much death and people dying, but it is still present through this very particular structure of the visual narrative. Thank you. So you are interested in this visual narrative component, is that correct? Yes, definitely. But then, of course, I absolutely agree that some details are important, and I think that all of that goes together. So I'm interested also in what is happening inside of the frame, inside of the shot. It seems it's going to be very interesting. Liudmila, do you remember we were begging him not to take up this issue? Yeah, we were wrong. Yes, let's admit it. And it's great, you know, it's great to admit it in this case. Well, let's see, let's wait and see. Thank you, colleagues. Are there any comments, questions? Anna.
Thank you for that. Again, I enjoyed your work so much. I enjoy your presentations so much, all of you. They always bring me something completely fresh and new. Partly because you're working, I think, in Russian scholarship, which is slightly different from ours. But the thing that strikes me about the body, say, in Eisenstein and Potemkin, is how he uses time, and how he uses time, how that camera looks at the body in terms of time. That seems to be a very important element of the visual narrative. So these close-ups and these kind of stretches of time where the body's behaving in a way that is completely non-naturalistic. I just wondered what you thought about his use of time in relation to the body and death.
Thank you for your question. I really don't know how to answer for your question because really I didn't think about the time in the movie, in the Bronenoses Potemkin. I'd like to analyze bodies, movement, dynamic, and choreography of this like image.
Yep.
But I think maybe it I should analyze time too. But
I think it's connected. I mean, it relates to your the previous comment. I think it's connected so that the composition of the body is achieved also by the manipulation of time.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
of course,
movement happens in time. So he's done something with time, I think, that's very important.
Thanks for your question, for your remark, but I think I should think about it. but I don't know how to answer now.
No, it's fine. It's just
I really didn't think about.
Just a kind of chat comment, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, Alexander, thank you so much. We are now ready to move on. I think that this issue and this talk can be followed by another one that is extremely interesting. So she's going to speak about the art of Patrizia Paccinini.
So can you see me? Yes, great. So dear colleagues, it's quite late, but I will try to intimidate you a little bit. So today I will try to speculate on the intellectual landscapes and bioethical puzzles of Patrizia Paccinini, a well-known Australian artist who in her hyper-realistic structures and sculptures poses many questions. And they first of all related to large-scale technological interventions into everyday life with bioethics and new corporeality, and her works can provoke many feelings, including horror, dislike, or resent, or they can please you, but her aesthetics produces the search for new meanings and contexts that I would like to outline briefly. So first of all, she focuses on a criticism of anthropocentristic approach and the attempts to annihilate the differences between different types and the idea of transtypical diversity. The artist poses the question of the borders of the norm about reformatting our perception of the beautiful and the ugly, about something that doesn't exist in the nature of types, because people and animals are connected by the one DNA, and she suggests that we revisit the contract between technologies and nature and find a new way to perceive nature. And the most important vector of the interest, the main focus of the artist is a techno-cultural family. The main characters of her sculptural installations are some hybrid creatures. She likes to call them monsters or creatures, as they're called by researchers. So she shows us the results of genetic engineering and the consequences of the embryonic stem cell technology and cloning. They are made of silicone, fiberglass, human's hair and skin. They are quite plausible, I should say, and her attention is focused on the problem of differences between the artificial and the real, but also to structuring the relations between the types. So in the interview to Rosa Brighton, she said that family or ecosystem were two words that defined certain relations. And this is the reason why they fit into my practice. For example, in this work with the stem cells, which was presented at Biennale in Sydney, represents a figure of a girl playing with humanoid transgender forms. They are not pleasant, they are quite ugly. So in the still life, the artist poses the question about the consequences of the modern biotechnologies and invites us to discuss of whether a modern person is ready to accept this other. She also poses the question of the borders, of the frontiers of the cultural norm. Why does she pose it? The ugly and the beautiful are coded negatively. Can the ugly be beautiful? And in one of the interviews, she stated that she wanted to call into doubt the common norms, and then body modifications are something that we can see in such installations like this. This is called a young family. It's a woman like female creature looking like a sheep. This transgender mother shocks us with the plausibility. And Pacinini stated that in her works, she has been guided and gone by the works of a well-known graphic of the 17th century, Mr. Le Brion, and here we can see the allusion to his works. And these are physiognomic heads inspired by the heads of a sheep. And in one of the interviews, Piccinini stated that the embryos images are connected with other living creatures by one DNA. We have the one DNA with a parrot, with a bear, and with a banana. So this is the reason why new species are not something new in her works. They illustrate the idea of a one genetic matrix, and she believes this is the key to perceiving transmutation in the future. It has been noted that the ideas of post-human being are very close to her. That nanotechnologies, new technologies, are something that she knows and understands very well. She has said that the discourse of art and science is something that she draws upon, despite the fact that she is not a scientist. She agrees with Mr. Kurzweil, an American futurologist, technical director of the Google company, who stated that the evolution would achieve that much that we and our thinking would have no boundaries of a biological substrate. In the book called Infinite Possibilities of Human's Brain, Kurzweil claimed that today humanity has begun to deproject humanization processes. When we have DNA code, genome, nanotechnologies, computers at hand, we can translate the processes and the sequence of DNA and amino acids and bring together 3D structures which are the basis of biotechnologies. And he believes that human body will be modified when the internal organs will be replaced with improved cybernetic devices thanks to nanotechnologies. And an art expert, Rachel Kent, noted that the project drew upon the problems of ethical consequences of the new technologies and the problem of personal responsibility. Whether a person is ready to assume responsibility like this, whether he or she is able to coexist with the new types. So the questions of bioethical approach are very important here. They should be solved somehow. In 1997 project called the protein protein grid sub community and the Kyoto scientists made a human ear on a mouse that could be transplanted. And the artist puts this rat on a picture in a magazine. We can see a beautiful woman, a model, and we can see also a rat with a human ear on it, and this contrast of something beautiful, of something ugly, of something natural and something artificial reflects the topic of getting beyond the borders, of interacting with unusual creatures having unprecedented features. And her position, her stance is vividly reflected in this series, which is called Small Helpers of the Nature, Surrogate and Defender. It goes back to 2003, and in this series she suggests the concept of companion species. So what is it? It is actually about hybrid species, hybrid creatures that people will have to coexist with, because for her it's not a utopia, it's not a mythology, it's a reality which she believes awaits us in the future. And she continues to develop, elaborate on the topic of humans' interference with the DNA structure, and we can see such humanoids with suspicious culturally human-like biology, and they exist together with the Aboriginal people of Australia and New Zealand that are becoming extinct. So a person can introduce new species uncontrollably on the one hand, but on the other hand, we can see that the Piccinini's narrative art is penetrated with concern about the future of a human being, because the mating between people and such creatures and the creation of such polymorphic creatures poses new problems, including the ones related to our bodies. So this is the reason why there is another important aspect of her research, and it is the problem of mutating body. What is it? It is the body that will transform, that will change constantly due to the advances in the medical sphere. And so what is going to be the result of this? Actually, the humanity will go beyond the borders that it used to have. I'm going to quote her words. I believe, she says, the modern understanding of our bodies and the bodies of other creatures differs from what we saw in the past. Today, we view the bodies as something that is mutating, that's something that we can change, dependent on our desires and wishes. Everything starting from plastic surgery and genetic engineering and ranging to the physical training and self-improving programs tells us that the body that we have is not fixed. It can be changed. And I cannot see something good or bad in that, but it differs from the past when physiology was predetermined by our birth. And today, the genetic engineering disseminates this theory, and we have started to perceive our life as something that can be controlled by people. And I am interested in the responsibility that comes together with such a control. So hybrid body, as she thinks, allows us to get rid of strict rules and norms on the one hand, but on the other hand, are we ready to accept these interesting changes and accept the products of such mating? These creatures are not the project of the future. This is what we have right now, and this is the reason why the otherness of a mutating body is something that awaits us in the future. This is actually what she muses about in her interviews. She believes these unpleasant, unattractive things are very vulnerable due to their anthropological and biological limits. And this is the reason why she is sure that genetic mutations as a result of genetic engineering will definitely bring us to creating humanoids with evident anomalies. For example, in this work called The Games of Advanced Boys. These are the boys actually which are a product of cloning. This is the reason why they look old. The skin is cold. They have wrinkles, and their hair becomes gray. And this girl has much hair on her body. Are we ready to like creatures like that? This installation comforter shows us whether we can or not. In the world where we have no beauty and no perfection, we should restructure the system of notions and come up with what to be a human means. And in this work called An Interesting Affinity, shows us the genetic link, nexus between love creatures, and it allows us to speculate whether love between a humanoid and a person is possible. Or in this work of 2018 called Couple, we can see that as well. And this work, Unseparated, of 2004, it's a very controversial one. We can see that there is a child lying closer to a surrogate, and the surrogate is being developed. If we look at it from the rear side, we will see that the picture is not very beautiful, and actually it's reproducting, and quite soon the wombats, little wombats, will come out of the bag, and the boy will see those little things, those little creatures. Are we ready to face such a situation in the future? This is not dangerous indeed, because this creature embraces the child and caresses it. It's a declaration of love, which is still shocking to us. Peter Hammerstein believes that Piccinini suggests that we should be responsible for the results of reproducing new lives in labs rather than create a brave new world. There is Francis Fukuyama's law about the indeliberate consequences of biotechnologies. And today we face a dilemma about choosing the strategy of the development of new species, and facing new otherness leads us to understanding whether we are ready to transfer to a new level of interaction. And Paccinini has no clear answer to this question, because the post-human world may be unpredictable. However, her humanism and aestheticization of this new generation are quite controversial, but the search for alternative strategies of coexisting of biological species and new interesting typology is something very interesting, both for us people and for researchers as well. This is actually why I have decided to discuss this topic with you. So this artist's story is quite simple and straightforward. In the interview with Linda Michael, she claimed that all her works are about compromise, about a trade-off, about the possibility of finding beauty in the world that will never be perfect. Thank you. Irina, thank you very much. We have only a couple of minutes for comments and questions. Well, indeed, the projects are about compromise, but we are always talking about body transformations, about getting beyond the norms and borders, and I believe that modern art and culture respond to such stories. And when I first saw Piccinini's works, I didn't know what to do about that, because the first impression I had was that those things, those creatures didn't provoke tenderness in me or adoration. But then I read interviews with her, and I thought that what she has been doing is very important, is very strong, is very vocal, is very relevant. I think that what you have just mentioned, the process of moving towards this topic, reflects very well the way we are working with the material. When we do not understand something, we are very concerned, we are alarmed by something, but when you come closer, you get the understanding, and this can provoke interesting discussions. And today, our discussion is about dialogue, is about getting beyond the borders, about the beautiful and something that is not that beautiful. So there are some comments, as I can see, and everyone thanks you. The story that you have presented is indeed fascinating. Yeah, it's close to Anastasia's presentation. Yes, I can see Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Thank you for the comment. On numerous occasions, Paccinini appealed to Mary Shelley. I believe it's biopunk, although it has some references in literature, like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. This is actually the first novel that brings up such questions, and Isiguro's work as well. Thank you. Irina, thank you. And we are moving to the end of our marvelous panel, and I am glad to welcome our speakers.
Luana Alagem, and again, Geneva University of Art and Design, with their talk, The Haptics of Fashion, which will focus on Luana's BA degree collection. Elizabeth. Oh, fantastic. Good to see you again.
Hello, thank you very much. I will share my screen. Hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah.
So, as Luana is not very fluent in English, we decided to prepare this together. And last year she made a degree collection in, in fashion design, which really focused dimension. Her first issue was the fact that today we live in a culture where fashion is dominated by vision, by the image. Fashion has very much become an image. And here you see a pair of accessories she made for the collection, where she plays with this fact about what do we really do when we wear or interact with fashion today. And this eyewear is made with slivers of stone. So in fact, when you wear them over your eyes, you see shapes and colors and light, but you don't really see objects. So you have to put down the stone to see. So her first idea, and which she's exploring in her MA project now, is how we could share or experience fashion with other senses, not just vision, but touch, hearing, taste. So she's exploring all these fields. But for her BA degree collection, she centered on touch. And in working with touch, she then came into this field, which has become, very much in the forefront in fashion, about inclusive fashion, and saying, how could you share fashion with people who are visually impaired? And what are the elements that you could put when developing a collection to just make it accessible and desirable for a wider audience? So thinking not just about, in brackets, normal people, but for all types of body and all types of person, whatever their physical needs are or difficulties are. So she started her field research, interviewing people who were visually impaired. And she talked both to men and women, and notably to one couple who were not specially into fashion, but what she thought important was a woman said she was not very fashion. That means she didn't feel herself as very stylish, but she enjoyed getting dressed. And one of the big hurdles was shopping, because she said when you go shopping as a visually impaired person or a blind person, it's difficult to get oriented in the different alleyways of the shop. And for example, you have a cane. And so when you have a piece of clothing on a coat hanger and the label is at the back of the coat hanger, it's very difficult to juggle the cane, the coat hanger, having access to the object. So all kinds of things, in fact, we very often don't think of. So I'd like to stress that fashion is also about the shops or the places where you can have access to fashion. And she also analyzed many videos by this Canadian Molly Burke, a young woman who has her own YouTube channel, who's visually impaired and who discusses her everyday life and talks a lot about her relationship with clothing and her delight in fashion. So this was what she analyzed, what Luana analyzed, and here are the main points that came out of this field research that, as I explained, labels are not easily accessible and of course are not designed for visually impaired people. It was very difficult if you don't have somebody who knows you well and who knows how to explain things to you to know what the patterns are, the colors, any flat surface elements. All the fastenings are impractical, difficult to use, not necessarily easy placed, often uncomfortable to open and close. And of course, as I said, shops are not geared to answer the needs of visually or physically impaired people. Then Luana set her focus, her methodology, and she wanted to include all this feedback she'd had from her field research. But at the same time, she wanted to make her own design choices as a fashion designer, and so bridge these two things together. And one of the main principles was, since she wanted people to have access to what the fashion was about or what the clothing were about, that all that you could see could be felt. And that way, there was a kind of equality for the visually impaired. So if the material she was using had a design with stripes, she was going to work on the material so that you could feel the stripes. So of course, her first research was materials. And here are some of the samples which she started using, sampling, exploring before confinement. So she was able to have access to all the machinery at school with laser cutting for leather. But once confinement started in March, as we all know, she had to resort to more homemade tests. But here you can see flocking she did with eye motifs, and here are all some of the leather, everything to give thickness, make the surface more tactile, more haptic, more interesting as an experience in itself. And here are some of the outfits. I'm just going to discuss some of the outfits. So here is a pair of jeans, check shirt, and bathing suit. And I'll just jump into the details. You can see that she has overstitched all of the check pattern so that when you run your fingers, you are able to understand that it's a check pattern. She has also done appliqué, and on the bathing suit, she applied varnish on the underside of the flower pattern. She used a product a bit like nail varnish, so that you could feel directly to your skin the raised pattern. So she really took account of the inside experience of the textile against the body, and also the outer experience of what the visually impaired could feel running his or her hands over the surface. And here she added strands of hair, also to enhance the wearer experience, putting your hair either in front or behind. And if you look at jeans, they're wide, and her idea was also to bring in an embodied experience of memories. And here she wanted to duplicate the feeling you have at the end of the summer when you've been going bare-legged all summer and your feet are in contact with the air, the sun, the heat, the rain. And suddenly, when it's autumn, you start wearing trousers again, and this feeling of suddenly material against your skin, where before for an entire season, there was not this direct contact. So she also worked on her own memories about the embodied experience of wearing clothing to try and translate it in the shapes and the cuts of her collection. Here, there's a long summer dress with many flounces. And as I was explaining here, you have the braille motif, which is made with velvet embossing. And she chose comments found on Olivier Saillard's Instagram. I wonder if I have a detail. Olivier Saillard is this French fashion historian who was for a time working at the Museum of Decorative Arts in Paris and is now freelancing, but he works a lot with fashion and words. And so she decided to translate with braille and make accessible this Instagram account, which is all about fashion quotes. And here she put the fastening at the back of the dress. Usually she tried to put all the fastenings in the front in accessible places. But here, to make it easy, she just put these two strands with the magnets. So you kind of throw them in your back and they close automatically, because she wanted the person to have this experience of a low cut dress, which is very agreeable in the summer, because you feel the air circulating between your skin and the dress. And all these flounces, these layers, invite the hand to caress, to explore the dress and to try and slip your hand under the layers or find out where the pocket is, where the ruffles are, where the puckers are, to really have a sensual experience while wearing this dress. Here she made a one-piece bodysuit out of knit jersey. And you see all these are false eyelashes along all the edging, and here around the neckline, the collar. And her idea was to reproduce this butterfly kiss. You know how when as kids or parents and kids, you approach somebody's cheek and just bat your eyelids. And she wanted to have this pretty wonderful souvenir embodied in the clothing. So the collar gives this butterfly kiss effect, and also when the person is buttoning or unbuttoning the suit. And with this jersey bodysuit, she wanted to replicate the effect you have when you come out of the sea in a tight bathing suit and you dry yourself, but not exactly properly. And then you put on your clothing and it kind of sticks to your skin because you are still humid. She also devised a system to help with the buttoning. If you look at the buttons here, you see that each button has a raised point, either north, east, west, or south. And the buttonholes also have a stitched little point so that you know exactly which button fits into which buttonhole. So she really thought all these aspects that her interviewees were bringing up, the difficulty of the fastenings, their unpracticality. She thought them into each of her designs, and all the while thinking that she wanted a collection that was pleasing to the eye, but would also be pleasing to the other senses. Now we come to the next question of the labels. So she devised labels that have a QR code, and the labels are easily accessible. For example, her interviewee said that the best place would be at the bottom of a sleeve, because when you're in the shop, it's easy to get hold of the sleeve, or at the bottom of the garment. So she placed all the labels in these very accessible places in the garments, devised the QR code, and when you put your phone on the QR code, you are directed to an audio platform which gives you a description, a precise description describing the colors, the patterns, the cut, plus care instructions. And of course, this is another development, because it could mean appreciating fashion through hearing, through the auditive sense, because you could add, for example, the music that inspired the designer, or an excerpt from a film, or a conversation with the designer, or a poem by Olivier Sayard, for example. You could expand the tactile haptic experience into an auditive one, thanks to the QR code and all that could be put on the audio platform in relationship with the fashion collection. And to conclude, it was Luana's idea that also this collection should be a collection that people who are not visually impaired would want to wear, because in her idea, inclusivity should not be something that you have to work into the fashion, but it should be the norm. Fashion should be more open, more accessible to all types of bodies and all types of bodies, whatever their abilities. And the fashion should be pleasing, should be seductive, and not scream or inclusivity. Very often, plus size fashions or fashion for people in wheelchairs is in fact not very appealing. And to her idea, as she was discussing with her interviewees, they may not feel that they have been, trained into what is stylish or what is fashionable, but everybody gets dressed every day. Everybody often enjoys wearing clothes, knowing that they look good in their clothes. Clothing is something that really can help us in our everyday life to feel good in our social interactions. And her ideal is that this be really made accessible to everybody. And she would like all these inclusive elements to be much more developed in fashion, and that people see that they enrich the design process instead of making it poorer. Because for the time being, the way plus fashion is often designed makes the design poorer and less interesting, instead of taking up the challenge of designing just for a more diverse range of bodies. And Luana has kept her passion for the senses and is now exploring the sense of hearing or taste for her MA personal project. So I hope you keep following her design process. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation, and thank you, Luana. Congratulations on very thoughtful and inspiring project. And we would, of course, love to follow. We are going to follow your research, because it would be fantastic to know how you actually managed to deal with taste. And yeah, it's fascinating. And Anna, yes, Anna suggests it sounds worthy of a PhD continuation. Well, I like this, this approach when designing for certain groups. You do not design, boring, very practical, non-fashionable, anti-fashion, clothing. It's the inclusivity, but meaning that you design for everyone. You design so that it's attractive to everyone. It's a very good point indeed. Any questions, comments? Colleagues, are we here? Everyone is like, you know, just sitting here, having spent 10 hours in a row.
And I like what you said, Luida, about designing for everyone, but I think that's a really difficult thing. So that idea of democratic design, actually, you know, when I was designing, well, actually, I didn't do it, but you only design for yourself. So there's a really funny thing. There's a tension between like design. What is designing democratically? You can't really do that, can you? Because we don't know what everybody thinks. So you can maybe design for yourself, but not for anyone else.
Luana, do you want to react? Tu veux réagir, Luana?
Je veux bien que tu me traduises exactement parce que j'ai pas tout compris. Merci.
Alors, elle dit que elle se demande comment ça peut être ce design démocratique que tu aimerais que quand on fait un design inclusif, ce soit pour plus de gens, parce qu'elle s'est dit en fait on design pour soi-même. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses? Comment tu vois ça?
Je design pour moi-même, c'est sûr, je design des choses que j'aime et que j'apprécie, mais après c'est l'idée de le partager avec le maximum de personnes auxquelles on s'adresse. Après, chacun choisit d'apprécier ou non le travail des autres. C'est vrai que je le fais d'abord pour moi, mais après, si je peux le partager avec un plus grand nombre, c'est le plus important.
So Luana says, of course, she designs things that she likes and that she appreciates, but for her, she hopes that a certain number of people will like what she does and that she can share it. And I think now I'm adding to what she's saying because having discussed with her, what she really found interesting with her interviewees is that they said that they felt sometimes that they weren't allowed access, not even to high fashion, but just to what was considered fashionable. And that's what they were yearning for. And if a young designer makes something cool and appealing, they would like to be able to have access to it, whether they, depending your background, you learn to dress fashionably or not. But they sometimes felt that because the shops weren't here to their needs, because people weren't interested, designers weren't interested in this niche, that they weren't included. And they just wanted to feel included. And with the touches that Luana brought, they felt included. But the jury of her BA collection, who gave her the highest mark, I'd like to say, said that they appreciated the clothing, even though none of them were visually impaired, and would also buy some of the designs.
Yeah, I agree. It's fantastic that designers these days, they are actually looking and they see the needs everywhere. Fashion has been for centuries quite exclusive, habitually marginalizing people with different requirements, with different needs, whether it was about, bigger body when you came to the shops and you couldn't see yourself there because your size wasn't there, or whether it was for the elderly, whether it was for people with specific needs. And I think, yeah, it's so holistic and inclusive and actually sustainable, which is I think in just going in the same direction, I suppose. And we have also some projects in Russia here. We used to have a very good initiative which was called Couture Without Borders, which tried to actually create collections for people with different needs. Unfortunately, it stopped a couple of years ago. It doesn't mean that all the all the problems have been solved. No, unfortunately. So yes, there is so much work still to do, and just getting back to the touch and the appealing of this collection to everyone, not only those who are just who have specific needs. Today we had a paper on the sensory and the healing potential of the sensory, some designs, some objects, and the same can be actually done with the fabrics, which are used for, I don't know, some specific needs, when you can actually heal yourself, calm yourself down or whatever through just touching. I'm just fantasizing. Okay. Any comments? Yes.
I agree with you, Rita. You know, fabrics, touch, it's really healing just to stroke someone else, to stroke a fabric, to stroke things. I mean, I think all of us are probably quite artistically or, fabric focused or whatever. But, I find stroking real cotton or whatever, really, I just love it. It's like, it does give me a sense of the world, maybe, and a sense of that's always going to be there and I can stroke it. And an understanding, if you've studied it, an understanding of what that is, and you wear it in your body. So then it becomes, I don't know, I think that's what I was talking about before, about the spirituality thing, which I think a lot of people have come to in the lockdown. And I don't know where it's going to go, but I really hope that we can write academically about spirituality, because I think it's often thought of like, you can't write about that, it's not, I don't know, it's not scientific or whatever in the old patriarchal male world of what science is. But actually it is, it's about experience. And I hope that we can write more about that in relation to fashion and in relation to touch and senses. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually the topic which we have been discussing today for more than 8 hours seems to fascinate us so much. We are continuing and we are going on. Tomorrow we have the second part of this panel, which will be devoted again to the body and the touch and in a wider context. I would like to thank Elizabeth and Luana for their generous contribution. I can imagine we actually did it in such a short notice, but again, I'm happy this will be part of the Fashion Theory publication. So thank you so much. This is exactly the moment when I have to say we are finishing, and we are the most probably long-running panel today, because I think the topic we have been discussing is extremely important. It's about, being human in the end. So thank you so much to everyone for participating, for your fantastic, yes, Anna, sure.
I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to say that I, having worked with you all year in another context, I'm in awe of your stamina, your energy, and your focus, Luda. Not only how you bring people together, but how you stay absolutely on it for hours. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Thank you. Oh my God. It's turning into, some kind of, ode. I love it. At the end of the day, it sounds good. Anna, thank you so much. Yes, it's been a pleasure to, to work with you. And it's fantastic, actually, how people get together during the pandemic with no opportunity to travel, to actually hug each other. And it's been so supportive. So thank you so much to everyone for today. And tomorrow at 11 o'clock, we are starting the second day of this fantastic forum. And at 12, there will be the panel on body and art and design. So please join us if you have time. So looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you so much and have a lovely evening. Bye, everyone.